Well, there we go. Mucho better. Screen's all hammered too. All right. Well, there we go. Trump bombs Iran. If you were looking for a time where we officially entered World War III. Oh yeah. It'll be all right, Buffy. It'll be okay, huh? It'll be all right. So, Father creates all things. He's the writer. So everything that's happening is because Father created all things. And so nothing's happening by chance. Always rest and settle in that. But yeah, if you're ever looking for a time to, say, hey, where was there a time in history, it would be right now. Right now. So are retaliatory strikes possible on America? He could have waited until he got that Golden Dome up, right? Before he started bombing. We're in it. That's it. There's no turning back now. They've already dropped the bombs. And capital BOMBS bombs is what Blind 11. Obviously, he's supporting this country, so now we're involved. Did you get a vote on that? I mean, he said something in a couple weeks, but there you go. I mean, we are 100% involved in this World War now. 3. It's a hot war. So how long until it goes hot in America? Is that even a possibility for it to go hot in this country? Oh, no, it would never happen here. No? Okay. We'll see until there's bombs falling in your backyard. So, wow. What an apostate nation. No foreign entanglements. No let vengeance be mine. And now we're bombing Iran. That's not a very smart thing to do. That's a very nation that's been sanctioned harder than any other nation. And they're very deep dug in under the ground and ready to go. You got something under the ground. They start bombing the snot out of you. In Israel, they weren't even letting Christians in the bunkers. Yeah. Boots on the ground. That's what they were saying. So if you're a Christian or some other faith, they weren't letting people get into the shelters. Imagine that. Told you he's not a Christian. His God is Satan and Mithra, the sun god, Apollyon. So the fake Israel over there bombing, that's not Israel. He said, let vengeance be mine, saith the Lord. So we're not supposed to be bombing people. Well, now we are with Israel. So we're 100% hot war. There you go. You never needed to go hot. Oh, it won't happen in America, huh? Well, everybody stood on the X, and that's a part of war, retaliatory strike. So how long until there's a bomb falling in your neighborhood, in your backyard? No, it's not going to happen. Okay, whatever. This is it, man. This is their bubble trouble. It'd be a good reason to put everybody in bubbles, huh? Bubble trouble. You're already in trouble. They already laced you and interlaced you and made you turn you in an antenna so they know where you're at. Doesn't matter. They can remotely, wirelessly. But, yeah, drones. We don't have the kind of defense in this country, doesn't. I'm a veteran. We're not going to be able to survive a long 2-3 year, how about 20 years in Afghanistan over there, but not here in this country. We're not prepared at all for war within our own borders. So coming to a neighborhood near you. Free bombs, maybe, huh? Some you want some of those free bombs like we give everybody, all these other countries? Here, have some democracy bombs. Did you get a vote on that? And remember, we funded Israel too. This is a pretty serious thing, man. This isn't something you can just sweep under the rug. This is serious. This is not the end of the world, but man, shouldn't be tangling with Iran. They're very heavily. Do you see these ballistic missiles they've been firing on Israel? Tel Aviv is toast. This is scriptural. You know, when you see the armies surround, you know, Jerusalem, Damascus. What? You guys need to go outside? Okay, hold on, these guys gotta go outside. All right. Okay, hold on. Go on. Easy. Easy. Man, nice. Hold on, I'm making some taters. These are looking good. Nice and golden brown. That's what I'm saying. We're just browning them over and over. Yeah. Well, what a day already, huh? Okay, so I'm warning you now, Donald Trump is not a Christian. Get it through your head. When he says God, that's not Elohim. That is not an I am. So, oh, we got to speak with Brother Jim Brown. Oh, hey, outstanding. That is always a good experience. Blessings, Kiki. It's always nice when you get to spend, and Sister Mary, they're both wonderful conversations. Thank you for sharing that with the ministry here. So, you know, count your blessings, guys. We've been, you know, not under threat of bombs and because we're this supposed free nation, but we're not. You know, they interned American citizens during World War II, American-born citizens, and put them in slave work camps and made them work. And this was all done under the guise of the government, the Waltons, which is the government. They're a subsidized corporation. So expect a repeat. And I did say, you know, Hiroshima, Nagasaki, expect. And I guess he went trifecta, you know, because they want you to come on by so you can give it a try with their she, they, them, booby Jesus, you know, birthed in the middle of the winter, the religious Jesus, you know, what did somebody say the other? I can't remember who was in there. But anyways, enough of that. I mean, it should be obvious by now. So this is serious. You still got to, you know, get your spiritual house, be ready all the time. People are losing their lives, you know, on both sides of these wars. And it's the banksters who are funding these things, as I've spoken from their ivory towers. They don't go to war. Donald Trump's not going to go over to Iran. He sent our troops over there. He sent our planes over there. So we are involved in a hot war. It's hot until it doesn't. Oh, it's not, because it's not bombs falling in your backyard. Have you seen, you know, either... I'm not going to go there. I mean, if people aren't awake by now, that's fine. We're so blessed to still even have the internet. They shut the internet down, you know, in Iran. Israel said don't leak any footage. They're arresting people for reporting on it, doing things like I'm doing right now. They intern American citizens and put them in work camps. Executive order from the 923, which will be the next ritual, is the 923, which is already happening right now, but that's to intern American citizens. It's bubble camp. One way or another, they're going to find you. They're going to get you. You've been wirely laced. They've been spraying the hell out of us for decades. You just don't know what's going on here. And it's not just here in this corporation. So 923 executive orders. Executive order 11004 allows them to relocate whole communities and put them into work camps. FEMA. So we see how they put people in the Super Bowl during down there and by the ocean down south, huh? Anybody remember that hurricane? Because we just recently seen what they did in Helene, and that was ridiculous. Remember when they put people in a Super Bowl? Or, well, See, they've already done it before. All these things have been done before. So, not trying to incite any panic, but, you know, fear is what makes people get up off their ass and do something about it. And then they can ease that fear and not live in fear. So, I'm not trying to incite panic or violence or anything of the sort. Nobody can say that about me. As a matter of fact, I've been trying to tell people to get away from this stuff. Do not partake in unfruitful works of darkness. Rebuke them with light. Show them to the light. Show them to the narrow way. So narrow is not fighting people. Narrow is turning your cheek 490 times. Not bombing the piss out of people on both sides. And we're involved now. So what say you? What do you say on the subject? Are you a corporate American merchant debt slave, maritime, birthed out of your mother's canal, you know? Are you part of this Washington District of Criminals that's bombing now Iran, which obviously has a lot more equipment than we have. So, well, whatever. I am Revelation, remember? Been telling you that we're in this age. The age is Revelation. Revelation is 1221 to 2020, when we came out of the age of water to the age of air. That's what Revelation is. It's to pull off the cover that has been over 2,600 plus years by deception by the church, the deadly head wound that was healed in Scripture. I am Apocalypse, remember? I am a magi. I do these things because he sent me here to declare this message, his message, not of my own. All glory to Shiloh, all glory to the Most High, to Father. But Revelation is the letter to the seven churches where he doesn't dwell. He said, not in houses made by hands, even Philadelphia. Like what's going on over there, huh? No, I wouldn't say that could happen at any time. I mean, they could already done that. And that takes down the grid, and you can't buy anything at the store. They won't take your cash, even if you have that. Remember how that works when the power goes down? And how quick do the stores in the just-in-time delivery system? And if not, they'll throw it in the trash if it goes over temperature. Isn't that crazy? Nope, can't have it. It'll go in the trash. America, boys. You better start having some kind of plan, like I said, not in fear. Just do this because it's wise as a serpent and gentle as a dove. You better have an exit plan, too. I've always tried to get people to understand that. Don't sit there and fight with people. No, you don't need to worry about anything. That's what I'm saying. Don't live in fear. Should have already had a plan. Have a B, a C, a D, an E, an exit plan to get the flock out of Dodge. And don't fight and be around population density. Being the number one killer is what I said. So try to remember the covenant we're under. We're under this new covenant, which says turn your cheek. We're the 490 generation. This is the 490 gospel that's taught right here only on High Desert Faith and Truth Ministries, the 7x70 gospel. We have to turn our cheek because they didn't let the land lie fallow. They didn't do what God told them for 490 years. Remember, they wandered in how long? 40 days. They didn't go in and kill the giants, the Anunnaki, because they were eating meat. Remember, human meat. 40 days turned into 40 years. Well, we're the 490 generation, the gospel, the remnant, the last. This is Revelation. Welcome to the last book. The celestial firmament declared it, not me. The book declares it. These people, these fake Jews, they know this scripture better than all of you combined, all your religions. The serpent is wise, remember? So, Father is creating all things. Be not anxious, he says. Thy kingdom come. That is Shiloh. Thy will be done. Hallelujah. Thy will of the Father. It's either Father's will, agape, or it's porneia. Greek is self-will, idolatry. And that's exactly why he divorced his bride to Israel. And the Israel they're speaking of over there, where all these people are bombing people, is not this new covenant temple, because it's a spiritual Israel. And it's all flesh. Jew and Gentile, black, white, brown, red, yellow, man, woman, good, evil. I don't want to hear it. You sound like some racist fake Jew. I ain't falling for that. You rip him right back down from the tree he hung on, and he didn't carry no cross. He tells you to carry your cross, so you might want to get with the times. You know, this book is not something to be taken lightly. It was actually written on stone. I think people are on some other, you know, whatever level, or you're not supposed to be. He said, Hados. Hey, divorced his bride for the exact thing, called her out as a whore because she cheated on his agape. Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, Deuteronomy, 613 laws, statutes, commandments, the Torah, the law. Wasn't some religion. You're going to take your religion somewhere else. Smell a bunch of religious people in here. Get out of here. I rebuke religion, all of them. They're vain. He doesn't dwell in houses made by hands. He said that. He always declares twice, declares two witnesses to make it a contract, not the law. He said it's fulfilled. Remember when he hung on a tree? Like it says in the book of Acts, correct? They took him down. Cursed he who hangeth from the tree. So, who gives a, why do you care about Lilith? What's the Lilith have to do with the gospel? What's Jasher have to do with the gospel? What's Enoch? Which Enoch? Which author? What's that have to do with the gospel? It's the gospel. It's about the gospel. Who shall ever come after me? Let them deny themselves daily. Take up your cross daily. Follow after me daily. Who shall be my disciples? Take up your cross, follow after me. There's always a sister chapter. I already told you. He declares two witnesses. He always does. It's a contract. Isn't that beautiful? The word is edifying. It has to. It has to be in the same hados, same narrow way. That's what he said. I am the hados. So, well, go study Lilith somewhere else. Iran just got bombed by the corporation America, okay? So I don't care about some blood-soaked beat. Oh, never mind, I'm not going there. But anyways, go to some other channel where they're not, you know, they do other gospel, because that's not gospel. I only go over the gospel of Christ, the gospel of the disciples, his apostles. So go somewhere else. Go learn that somewhere else. So what's it have to do with the price of eggs in China right now? So, well, end of times, but end of times doesn't mean it's the end of the world. So please don't worry about time is not something. There's some scripture that these people know about, and they have to make every jot and tittle come to pass for that great and dreadful day of the Lord. That's judgments, one final judgment. That's it. You don't go die and go to the sky. Take your sky daddy God out of here, your sky daddy Jesus. Which Jesus? Which Enoch? Which author? James King? Once I prepare to protect my family. Water. Get your spiritual house. Hold on, Jonathan's asking us a real question here. So, get your spiritual house. All things are created by the Father. He said, I create all things. I am the Aleph, or the leader of the ox. I am the Alpha. I create all things, everything that was ever written, everything that ever was, everything that ever will be. I, Father, do all these things after my own counsel. I, Father, create good. He said, I do all these things for my own pleasure. So he does things that we don't even understand. And he said, I, God, create evil. So he creates all things. So be not anxious. Prepare your spiritual house above all things. Your body is a vessel, correct? And he is inside us. He's not in some church. So you need to sup with the word more than anything. You should be doing that already with your family, because when you're spiritually aligned, then everything, you know, it's a calming. You know, we find our rest sometimes in suffering, if you will, because we're not under some celebration or ritual or fee or fine, or it's all been fulfilled. So that's the best thing you can do, is bring your family to the word. But then in this world, everybody should have their own independent water filter. Each one of your family members should have a water filter. Should have a water filter, personal, something they can life straw, or one of these. Go get these. Are like under $20. Sell some video games. I want to hear it. So extra piece of furniture. There's no excuse. Our excuses are like, okay, so a personal water filter. You can go through 40 days. Are you Christ? I don't think so. 3 weeks without eating. But you can only go 3 days, about 3 minutes without air. Okay, but 3 days without water. So every one of your family members should have a water filter. Okay, and the best thing you could do is leave before chaos and, don't be fighting down for the last box, bag, or can of crap down there at the store, the last roll of teepee for your bunghole. You probably already should have had that. If you can't leave, then you should make a plan to stay in. Bug in. There's this term, you're going to bug out. I had that on the last live stream. You're not going anywhere. You're going to be locked in the cities. You should make a plan to stay with one of your local neighbors or come together. Look, here's another thing. If you have to stay, get that. And I don't want to, because I don't do that Alexa Pure company. I have a Berkey, and you can buy whatever water filter you choose that is a gravity filter that doesn't need electric. You just pour there. Alexa Pure has these bags that's brilliant. I've never seen nobody did this. It lays in your bathtub and it has a pump. So if you think things are going to break down or something, and whatever, it is what it is. If you don't use it, I don't know. It's probably money's not easy to come by. So if you like it, gives it a thumbs up. If you want to help the algorithm or something, help the channel, leave a comment or after the video or something, or put some wise comments about preparedness in the live stream. So these bags lay inside your tub and it has a pump. That's like 55 gallons of water right there. That's brilliant. I'm surprised nobody came out with that. And I just recently saw that. So if you can't leave, make a plan to stay and find some like-minded people, because there is some. Now, he said, do not think I came to bring peace. I came to bring a sword of division. So peace is a false teaching. That's Antichrist. The false teacher is the word. Well, teacher is the worst, is the word prophet. And there's no such thing as prophets. There's no prophets walking this rock today. But a false teacher is the one. That's the word scorpidzo, and that's the one who causes the sheep or the flock to scatter, to divide. And he's the divider, not some wolf in dog's clothing. The shepherd, not some sheep, a wolf in a dog's clothing. I'm a dog. I am a shepherd. I lead the sheep. So be careful. The scorpidzo is the one that causes the sheep to scatter, the flock. So preparedness is something he said we should have already been doing, and I'm not, it is. He said, have extra oil, have your lamps trim, and have your loins girded in my service. So the word believe isn't a thought in your head. The word believe is an action word. So you can't believe in God or Jesus, or we can use it for dialectus, glossa, for tongue, for vocabulary, for language, for sake of conversation's sake. How about that? But like, there's no such thing as speaking in tongues. I don't want to get off the lesson, but where are you gonna go? Yeah, I have a shelter already away from this. I have something that's 28 feet under the ground. I'm not like I want to save my life either. I'll probably go run out there because I'm a veteran. Whenever I see chaos, I run to it. I can't help it. I just can't help it. But anyway, it's what I do. So anyway, make it prepared to bug in if you can't. I'm glad you said you can't leave, because that's what most people don't. Then you should still make a plan to go ahead and go anyways, because you should listen to your gut. And then if you're not, we'll go ahead and throw it out there. You should have a go bag in your car, something that has water filters, some twine, extra lighters, batteries, a headlamp, such as something like this that's super, you can put on your, I can sit there and do preparedness all day long. Have some extra mountain house meals, something with some high protein. So if you're down on energy, you can, have high protein. A little bit of whiskey trades a long way. Don't abuse it, but whiskey is a trading item. Alcohol has always been one of the most best bartering items there ever has been. So that can be used as I can't give any advice here on this, just theory to protect for medical strike on the channel, that they've used that in the past as a medicine. So yeah, whatever, man. You ever heard of a proxy war? And I'm not your brother. Get out of here. Iran can't bomb us. Get out of here. Go. You're not a veteran. You don't know anything. You're not looking at those ballistic missiles. You're not looking at anything. You don't know anything that they have. Stop being a child. Go somewhere else. Failing to prepare is preparing to fail. Go on. Move along, failure. We're talking about being prepared, not just for bombs in America. It could come from another country. You don't know what a proxy war is. Leave. I will not have this. I'm not here trying to get people anxious and get them all, You know, you're supposed to do things. I'm a veteran, SWAT, to slow and SAS, slow and smooth. Don't go too fast. Don't go. You're gonna miss something. Get somebody shot and killed. So, population density being the number one killer. I've been blogging on YouTube for a dozen years. I've got half a dozen channels, and I've been saying that. And I'm not trying to, you know, incite you to more people around, the more chance that you have to get your life taken because of ill-prepared people. People go without having water, they lose their mind. Food, from about 5 to 6 hours, they get hungry. 6 to 8 hours, they get angry. About after that, they get what is called hangry. So we're talking about America could be bombed. So it is possible. So, you know, let me see if anybody has got anything worth of crap here. Boy, you guys are getting a bunch of messages banned already. Must have a bunch of trolls in here. So anyways, when we bomb another country, you know, and or get involved with another country like Iran or Iraq, where we're funding both sides, that's by proxy. We're already paying both sides. You know what I'm saying? How much money do we send to Ukraine? You know, the U.S. tax dollar, if you're in this corporation, you know, which is not a country and it's not a nation state, it's a corporation. It was sold out as a corporation long ago. So, I don't know what is that. So, okay, cool. Somebody's got their own go bags. Good stuff. So, it's okay to talk about. Do we have any moderators in here? Moderate anybody that's just out of line. Be just trolling the channel. So, it's not the end of the world. But it could be for how many people got blown up in, you know, Iran and Israel. How about Iraq? How many women and children lost their life? How about Ukraine? How about Ukrainian women? You know, there's a whole Ukrainian generation gone now because of U.S. tax dollars, and about almost 3 to 4 years is what paid. They're gone. They send their women to war, into the meat grinder, and so will America. Now this makes okay, hold on, Jonathan. We're not done here. So asking me another question, Jonathan. Do you have any more questions about you should have a plan to go, though. I mean, no matter what, you don't just sit there and just get yourself, you know, sit like a duck in a pond. But if you can't leave, I understand that there are people who can't leave. You don't need to give me your situation, actually. Don't tell me your situation. We'll just roll with that. Because I've always tried to, people think they're going to leave the cities, and they're not. We had that discussion yesterday in the live stream about I'm a traffic crash reconstructionist. As a military, police, in the Army, that's what is another, you know, law enforcement. I went through the Highway Patrol Academy in Oklahoma City. I have a brain that's wired as an investigator. We move people through hostile territories, moving, you know, high-ranking dignitaries through ambushes and things. Traffic flow control movement is my forte, in investigation, reconstructing things. And so it should be plain as the nose on your face, but you're probably not going to notice it's there unless you look down at it, you know. So, you know, Jonathan, I will tell you, look, Father gave you under the Fourth Amendment, God protected organic right, natural law to protect your family. Okay. He does tell us if somebody comes to take what you have, you're supposed to give them, you know, and that, in a sense, I'd like to try to, I'd like to tell you that it's because a lot of the times you're supposed to have some other way to get away from it. You know, have a B plan and maybe divide your things in half and go to your cash, not your money, but your, oh, honey, no, don't shoot us. You know, don't play the part. Get away from them and let them have it and go somewhere else. People could have done that during the VidCo. The whole, there you go. Vietnam. We sent over advisors and look at what happened to Vietnam. We haven't won a war, brothers, sisters, since World War II. America, we pulled out of Afghanistan. We didn't win. No, we haven't. We haven't won a war. So we're not ready, and the country is ill prepared to be hearing and seeing, you know, bombs falling in their own backyard in America. This is not a United States. You know what I'm saying? But we should be united. We should be. So listen, back to what I'm saying. Okay. where was it? Jonathan, I think it was. Jonathan, you got to stay where you're at. You need to get food that's already prepared. You need to start thinking things about, if there are bands of people, there is safety in numbers. That's what I was saying. No, not canned food, please. I mean, get canned food for now, but you need to get, here, I'll pull some up here. Now listen, Jonathan, do you have kids? Jonathan, do you have kids? You said you had kids? This is for everybody. Because canned food doesn't last. It can get hot and cold. You want to go with, I know this, it doesn't seem, but this, guys, I mean, I got freeze-dried food sitting right here with a freeze dryer that I've Mountain House. Oh, I've owned several of these freeze dryers. This, I don't forget what's in this bag here. Oh, some kind of gummy bears or something. So, okay, so listen, Bree, right now, no matter what, Jonathan, I want you to get, I don't know if Amazon's still up. Hold on, it's raining out there. My dogs are outside. These can be ordered, yes, via your camping stores, your Walmart, your Cabela's, there are ways that these are readily available. This company is in Oregon where I live, and I'm not repping this. This is what I eat. Now, hold on. Let me let my dogs in. There's other companies, like I said, this is another company, Backpackers Pantry. These are called like backpackers type food. And I'll tell you why. Are you guys getting rained on out there? I know. How's it raining out there? It's July, and it's freaking, yep, that's what's happening. The old solar minimum, boys. So, again, Jonathan, I've done this. Are you going to have time to prepare food? You're not. If you don't want to be preparing food when things are bomb, if something's – and look, I don't want to make like that, but this is something that – this is a time machine. The food in here, I've eaten all of these. All of these meals are very good. I used to buy them just because of the protein. Freeze dry, how do you use it? Just put anything in there. Quick rundown. AR-15, there's a ton. Are you gas fired or not? Oh, no, just kidding. All right, but but anyways, look up freeze drying, and there's so much information. They don't even really give you a brochure with the freeze dryer. You just go up on something like Betty Wright's Harvest Right freeze dryer thing groups, and there's people just. And the cool thing, if you get one of these freeze dryers, is you can learn from other people's mistakes. Okay, MREs are okay. I got MREs right here, but MREs aren't like these. You don't want to eat MREs. They stop you up. They're fun to eat and they're okay. I have a better and I've eaten them all. You don't want to eat those things. You can mix them in. You can get them. They're fine. They're fine. Okay. No, Iran's not going to surrender. So here, let me show you the difference between an MRE. Some people probably don't know what an MRE is. Appreciate you guys. If you want, why don't you go ahead too and subscribe to my backup channel, because sometimes this channel gets taken down. You can subscribe to Silver's Like Gold. It's another thing. I talk a little bit about economics and things like that. I talk about a lot of things on this channel. So this channel, if you'd like. Okay, so what I'm saying with these, okay, is that your moms don't like the truth. Sure sign of misleading content creator. There's no point in prepping if you refuse to free your minds, people. Okay, let's listen to Revolution now. Revolution says my mods don't like the truth. What are you saying that my mods don't like about the truth? What's something you said there? Did you already get there you go, Devils. Good stuff. Good content. Speak up, Revolution now. I don't want a revolution. I want people not to fight, you idiot. This is about being prepared so you don't have to fight people for the last roll of toilet paper there, dumbass. Get out of here. This is way beyond you, man. You're one of those people that are just going to sit around and be a failure. Failing is preparing to fail. So go on. Start your revolution. Fight people for the last box of macaroni and cheese. Go on. Move along, child. Christ's been preparing for over 2,600 years. No, 126. Oh, wait, it was over 26. Boy, still ain't done yet. So this is an MRE. You can work these into your thing. So back to you, Jonathan. Okay, I got you. I'm talking to you. So, yeah, I don't delete anything. I don't know if any mods are deleting. It's a shadow ban channel, guys. You just don't know what's going on in this channel. So, you blame the Supreme Court. Why would you blame the Supreme Court, Lopez? Oh, man, I got geekies. I got 20. Now, that's a comment I want to hear. That's common. Maybe you're getting banned because you're saying stupid things and you're not trying to put in good fruit. So, look, Jonathan, you've got 3 kids right now because I'm a veteran and this is a perfect. It'll go right in. All glory to Father. In this meal, there used to be, and when I was in the military, there was only 9 of them. I can't remember how many there are now. There are so many of these different. There's like 30 meals or some 40. I can't remember. But all these are generally okay for longevity, hot and cold. These will do well. Same thing, hot and cold. Canned food doesn't last long time. It gets hot and cold. It's got that liner plastic. Stay away from canned food if you can. This is a much higher quality. A lot of that canned food has a lot, it is. You want to eat something that's high protein. I'm a veteran, and when I did freeze-dried food, and I had a freeze-dryer, I was buying these meals, okay? People are like, why are you buying those? Because you can't make them. I realized this meal costs you, I can get these in Bi-Mart, in Oregon, which is an Oregon-owned based company, not a Walmart, and they run these for $7.99. These are 2 meals. Now, how I originally, oh no, the green olive is like blue color, guys. Sometimes it was almost like oh my goodness, Jordan, why'd you have to go there? You almost made me. That was one time where I would definitely try to trade it when I got the green omelet. Oh man, all right. Meat is what I would do. The art of pain. I freeze dried a lot of meat. Okay. 2 servings, but 1 meal. I figure, no, you're not going to eat like that, Parker. You're not going to eat like that. You won't eat like that. My nephew is in Iraq right now. Yep. Apologize for hearing that. We shouldn't have any veterans overseas. And I'm whatever. But Jonathan, listen, I want to talk to you for a minute because I got some inside of these. There's a hot sauce, and guys, it used to be a Tabasco bottle. Now it's a packet. But anyways, like I said, I'm old school. Whatever. I served in first part of the 90s, Desert Storm, Desert Shield. Operation Iraqi Freedom during that time. Or you said so. Don't eat for 72 hours before you start survival rations. No, don't say that. Don't take that. That's not good advice right there. Where'd you come up with? Who told you that? No, I'm not eating all my prepper food. This is stuff that I bought for everybody else. Also, remember, I thought there'd be 5 to 8 people living on this, 20 acres by now, living nearly a cost-free lifestyle. No more trips to Walmart, no more trips to the Piggly Wiggly, growing all their own food, but nobody came, remember? So this is just extra stuff that I bought and that I'd forgotten that I had, bought for other people. So I got to get the first fruits of the labor. There's still tons. Me and Kevin, I could lock this place up, not leave for 10 years. Food, I'm surrounded by food. You don't see it. There's food everywhere. You can't see it. I don't show it on camera, but I'm surrounded by food everywhere there's food everywhere. I'm like a chipmunk. I told you, like a squirrel. I'm always trying to get a nut, not that kind of, I don't need to be told to fly south for the winter. A bird does not. I know what it is that Father wants me to do. I don't let anybody tell me to not do things. I've been doing it for 30 plus years. Preparedness is a lifestyle. You do it as a lifestyle. So it gives you more security. Oh, crap. Oh, okay, I got that all secured. Now I feel better. I can move on with my life and go fishing. I retired. I just finally decided to retire too. What the heck? Might as well. It's all paid off. I only have one more property, 20-acre parcel that's not paid off, and I think I can we'll see. I can do something with that. So anyway, Jonathan, to you, in this MRE, there is hot sauce. This is all prepared. There's a warmer. Like I was up in Alaska doing Arctic and survival, mountaineer training, and military may have me all over the place. I don't want to talk about my research, but okay. Anyway, Jonathan, make sure that your situation Okay, but we already said that. We already said that. Real justice, you weren't in here. We had to get your spiritual house in order first. When Jonathan asked, we interrupted the whole chat just to talk to him, and I made it very clear that you have to tighten all the loose boards in your ship, you know. And so here we go, Jonathan, and baptize that ark like Noah's told, inside and out, with the red pitch, blood, stain or die, baptizo or bapto. So, but anyways, got to go to the definition if you want to know the aletheia. He said, "I am the aletheia." So. He said, before Abraham was, I am. He said to Peter, be comforted, I am. So always first, spiritually, you have your house in order. The eye is the lamp of the body. Remember that. It's the whole, remember that our house, your body is a temple. There we go. Boom. Shakalaka, right on time. Look at Father. Father's time is impeccable. We're only under a spiritual testament. We're not under the law of flesh. You will be bound by fate, and I am not sealed by fate. I am destined. I've been chosen. I'm a bought and paid purchased possession. Thy kingdom come. It's about a wedding, not about a religion. It's about that harbor's heart, baby. It's a spiritual Israel. Spiritual, inwardly spiritual Jews. So, drink water. Uh-oh. Mushrooms. Somebody in here is better. So, okay, so that's not a spiritual Israel over there, is it? They're bombing the piss out of Iran. He said, remember, let vengeance be mine, saith the Lord, and it's Jews and Gentiles. They're not letting Christians into the bunkers over there, brothers and sisters. They're not letting Christians in there, and I'm not a Christian. So, you know, I have no denomination, so don't try to put a label on me. So, no, not everybody comes to know the Lord Jesus. Lord's a pagan term, and who the hell is Jesus? So which Jesus? Your transgender, let me, she, they, them, booby Jesus? I got to make sure I use the proper pronouns right now. They want you to come on by, say, give it a try. 3-in-1 God? That's Baphomet. Baal, Jezebel. Huh? Baal, does that ring a bell in the grove? Like Moloch killed his brother. Yep, Moloch. Esau killed his brother. Moloch stole his inheritance. It's all about an inheritance, right? That's what it's about to me. He was the testor of that will, and so you're going to get your reward, right? Somebody's going to have to die. Hey, you ever filled out a will? So, died on a cross. Nobody died on a cross. Jesus, you're an idiot. Nobody was ever hung on a cross. I rebuke you, you religious idiot. Which Jesus? Let me tell you that. I have the text right here in front of you. It never says the word Jesus. Nobody was ever hung on a cross. He didn't carry a cross. You're an idiot. Please leave. Go study and come back. When do the 7 things. That's the number to be matured, to be completed, to be 7, to be finished, completed, matured. Go read the 7 things you're supposed to do in Scripture there, Jesus, and tell me that you don't find that there's more than one Jesus in Scripture. So I think that may be the Jesus that you're on, that transgender Jesus, birthed in the middle of the winter. Happy New Year. Bang, bang, orgy ritual, Jesus. Mange, your Jesus has got mange because they have sex with beasts. That's your you. Here's your beast. Here's your Jesus. It's the one. There's your Jesus. Come on, flip around, camera. Here's your Jesus. Oh, look at that Jesus. Oh, hold on. Let's just get this camera look clean up. Oh, look at that. Oh, your grove, like Jesus birthed in the middle of the winter. April Fools. Christ was born when the shepherds were in the field with the sheep. You're a religious idiot. Now go home. Run along, little child. Go to your house made by hands. He said, "It didn't dwell in houses made by hands." Okay, Jonathan, had to do this. He said, rebuke them with light. So you got to show them if they're in the broad way. Show them there's more than one Jesus, just so you know. Saved. You're an idiot. Get out of here, anybody. You don't know anything. You're definitely an idiot. You can't. So go somewhere else. Don't put your jaw. It's not a thought in your head. You can't believe in Jesus either. So, all right, where's Jonathan? Back to what I was teaching. Well, I'll just stop knocking, or I'll stop. Yeah, he says, knock, and I will come sup with you, right? So we won't. He said, don't cast your pearls before swine, brothers, sisters, pigs, low energy, people in government, all these fines and fees, all this. I don't care about one of these people. Jimmy Crackhorn, you can't serve 2 masters. Your master judge me. So, what would we believe then? I just showed up. Well, believe is not a thought in your head. It's a verb. Faith is a noun, and by faith we are saved. You have to endure to the end to be saved. So this anybody's an idiot saying you can't accept Christ, you can't be saved. There's no such thing as free will. There's no such thing as luck. God doesn't love everybody. Most people go to hell. Hell's not a place below your feet. Hell is knowledge. Hell's the word bis, bathos, or busos. B-U-S-O-S, B-Y-S-S-S, or B-A-T-H-O-S all mean the same exact thing in the Greek. That is the word knowledge, and hell is no knowledge. That's what hell is. And most people are already pretty much there in their own space, mind, place. So you can get out of my space. I give you the definition. If you don't like the definition, leave. He said, I am the aletheia. If you leave definition, you leave the aletheia. You own a lexicon. You use the e-sword. Do not think I came to bring peace. Peace is a false teaching. Those who say peace and safety, sudden destruction will come upon those who say peace and safety. So go somewhere else. Stop. Take your Sex Pistol. Let me see your Decami. It's a stick up. Everybody get your hands up. Your Decami Jesus, whatever your transgender Jesus, the one with mange. Remember, you had sex with beast born and they had sex with beast, man and woman. That's your bestiality Jesus. So there's no such letter as J in any of the texts, Old Testament or New. So who the hell is Jesus? Okay, we'll use your translation. And he said not to translate. He said don't add a jot. Okay, now you added a whole. Well, you added boobies to your Jesus. Look at that. Your she, they, them, booby Jesus. Well, hold on. Let me she, they, them, titty Jesus. Is that better for you? Oh, what is this guy doing over here? What are you doing? Oh, hold on. Puppy's over here trying to give me a hard time. What are you doing, buddy? Dad's live streaming. Dad's live streaming. I'm hanging out. He's a good boy. Oh, stop hitting this darn button. Okay, that's bone. So, see, you say Jesus is the way, but the word way is the word hados. He said, I am hados. He didn't say way, he said hados. So you're speaking translation. You're speaking English and you speak in mostly slang or mostly idioms is what most of you speak. According to the scriptures, you don't define anything in the scriptures. You don't study cultures, customs, borders, wall, right? There's these things change over time. So if you don't own a lexicon or you don't use the e-sword app, you're just going by what somebody told you. You haven't sat down and supped with the definition. The aletheia. He said, I am the hados, I am the way, I am the truth, right? Aletheia, and tell me what he said. And if you're a subscriber to this channel, don't let them fall on their own face. I am the way, the truth, and the what? He said, I am the hados, I am the aletheia, I am the way. Hados means to be in the same narrow way. So you're not going to come against this gospel. So go somewhere else. You don't define anything. You don't know what's even coming out of your face. We're going to go back to the being prepared lesson because we just bombed the piss out of Iran. And there are people who are getting ready, and you should have already been supping with this word anyways. In the beginning was the word that was all spoken into existence. Yes, yeah, right. Get spoken into breath, air, pneumonia, compress. That's the word theolobos. So you fit through the straight gate. Theolobo is a Greek word, noun, to be pushed on both sides. Theolobos is that straight gate that he tells us, straight opening inner, just like being pinched, crushed. Has he got a grip on you? Most people don't have a grip on anything when it comes to the word. Remember, air, spoken into existence, pressure. We're in the age of air, so we are in the age of apocalypse, which you probably know the definition of. Because I already asked the question, how come I get no answers? Where do we go? Air is from God. All right. Air, the word pneumonia. Pneumatics, get it? So, Jesus is a translation. Oh, well, Kyle's... Now, Kyle must be reading the same text that I'm reading because it ain't Yeshua or God, or there's no vowels in Hebrew. So thanks for actually not adding to the text. Look at Parker is actually doing what he tells us to do. Don't add a jot. That's like a period if you speak any English. What's that? Leaves in your body. Please don't type in all capital letters there. It's easy for me to see, but it's part of the moderator. The moderator is the only one that can type in capital letters. So if you want to put something other than, some symbol with it or something, will allow you to. I guess you did. You put a tiny little dot in there. I saw you. So that flies. We're not trying to be like, let me see your papers. Let me see your driver's license, proof of insurance, where you come from tonight. Okay, Kiki, cool. That's Kiki. You need we're going to go back to this. If Jonathan is still in here, man, the word gets me the word overtakes me sometimes. You have to apologize. He said, don't sup with vipers. So I don't want you in here with a bunch of people. I could feel their energy. They're just low energy swine. So pigs, people in government, people who support this system, all these people who aren't standing against any of this. So me too. I'd love to try your tomatoes too. I want to be awesome. So listen, a freeze dryer would be really good. So you said you had 28 acres. How many of those acres are you planting tomatoes? So is your basis of understanding based entirely on one specific text, or is it another JW doctrine? JW. I love people have faith in. You don't have faith in anything, Stephen. Faith is something that's Father puts on our hearts. By faith and faith alone, we are saved, but we have to put legs on those faith. He said, have your lamps trimmed, have extra oil, and be girded in my service. Believing in me is an action word. You can't believe in Jesus, as I was telling people earlier, and I kind of got off on this, whatever. It is what it is. You have to be spiritually prepared before all things. So Kiki, how many acres do you have? Yes. He already put his little hit piece out and said we hit all three of these, and that would cause a catastrophe. First time here, I meant to pick up what you were. Cool. 6 in Virginia. Nice. So I don't know if you own a freeze dryer. That would be a great way to put those, but I'm sure there's lots of ways. You said you wanted to turn out the farmers. Who else was where can we find a good translation for the Bible? There's only one, BC. There's only one. You need your concordance. You need your lexicon. You need to make sure you're studying the only text that's accepted, and it's this one. If you want to take a screenshot, I want to see if Jonathan's still in here because I was speaking with him. This is Hebrew, Old Testament, 53 books canonized in the 12th century. This is an old 12th century. The word book is the word Bible. Bible. Right? It wasn't written on paper. This happened at the Council of Nicaea. This is what you call a Bible. It was written on tablet stone. There was 613 statutes, commandments. Remember, this law was given to Moses on the mount. He put this onto tablet. They pounded that out on the rock. Like he said, once was written on tables of stone, is now blotted out, written on fleshy tables of our hearts. So it's not law bound by flesh. It's all spiritual now. Hallelujah. But anyways, so you need to have this book because there's 53 in the Old Testament and 66 total. There's 13 in the New, and these are the canonized. This is an old 12th century book where they took every word out and defined it. Do I need to say anything else? If you don't define what's coming out of these words, you don't know what the hell you're talking about. Hell isn't a place. Hell is the word abyss. Revelation 9:11 says they have a king over them. A king. There's 2 kings. Remember we just had our no kings ritual there? Wow, what's going on with my camera? Focus! Okay. But that king, the king of Revelation, the king of 9:11, Revelation 9:11 is the angelos, the messenger. Apollyon, the one Donald Trump has his house decorated with. Satan, the sun god. Mithra. Esau killed his brother Nimrod. Moloch. Satan, that's the one. So when Donald Trump says God, he's not talking about Elohim or I am or Yahweh, YHWH. He's talking about Baphomet, Satan, Mithra, the transgender God, 3-in-1 God. God with breast, man, beast, and woman. That's the old, remember, Yule wheel that was outlawed by the pontiff, said we're not doing this. That was brought back in by Constantine. The Edict of Toleration. Let's get back to the Council of Nicaea. You might don't study much. Most people won't study anything. So These books were all taken out in the 12th century, and there was 150 Catholics, and I rebuke Catholics because they're Satanists, and there was 150 Christians, and I rebuke Christians because they do the communion thing, and they're Satanists, and I rebuke all religions. You're all Satanists, so if you're religious, either be quiet or leave. I don't partake in unfruitful works of darkness. There's more than one. If you say Jesus, that's a translation. There was no J in this book in Greek. The letter J didn't exist. Neither did it in the Hebrew. So who is Jesus, this Jesus you speak of? The word name, hallowed be thy name, and the Lord's Prayer. Lord's a pagan term. Do you know what it means to pray? To pray. Tell me what it means to pray. I ask questions, I ain't getting no answers here. All right, anyway, so go back to somebody asked, and we're going to go back to talked about some preparedness here. This is called the interlinear Textus Receptus. Every word of this was taken out and defined, and they still had issues. So that is what is called translate. They use what is called a lexicon. That is in a modern day what we call Webster or dictionary. In the Greek Testament, this is an old Jewish book written in Greek, a foreshadow of what is to come, right? Or a mirror of the Old Testament. If you want to find what is the definitions from this old Jewish book written in Greek, you'll find them in the Old Testament, or you'll get a lexicon. That's what you should get. Use your eSword app. It'll tell you if it's in Hebrew or Greek. So you can start speaking some aletheia, truth. He said, I am the truth. So let's ask that again. He said, I am the way, which is the word hados. In Greek, I am the dos, to be in the same narrow way, like two spoons laying in a drawer, one conforming to each other's image. Not a fork and a knife, not your way, his way, the hados. I am the hados, I am the aletheia, I am the way, I am the truth, and I am the what? What did he say? Because I don't think any of you will get this right either. I see people mess this one up all the time too, because they don't speak oligos, well, none. They don't speak any Greek. Kind of like meat, priests eat meat on Sunday. What kind of meat do they eat? None. Or they're kitty touchers like Mr. 40 Skip Joe 6 Biden. You really think 81 million people, when he put the Biden for Trump, they're behind buddies? Remember Elon Musk said he went to the island. How come everybody's so silent about that, huh? Everybody's in this edict of toleration mode like they were back during the Constantine. Oh, we'll just tolerate that his house is decorated with Satan. We won't say anything. We'll just decorate these. We'll just tolerate these Satanist gods in our church. That's what happened. That's what's this modern day temple that you go to, whatever church denomination that is. They were the one who hung Christ, and he didn't carry a cross, and they didn't hang him on a cross. So you might start studying the scripture a little bit more, because you're out of line. You're actually adding. And he said, don't even a thought. That's the Greek word porneia. So oligos is a puny number. Do you speak any Greek? Oligos? He said, fear not, oligos flock. Father doesn't love everybody. He only loves his bride. No, he doesn't love everybody. When he said all flesh, that meant the Jews and the Gentiles, not just Jews. So that's why I know over there in Israel that those are fake Jews that we were warned about in this book right here, as I am Revelation, bringing you this apocalypse broadcast in the age of apocalypse, in the age of error, where the veil was put over between 2 and 3 BC with the birth of the morning and the king star. Venus is the morning star, not Lucifer. There's no such word as Lucifer in scripture. That doesn't exist. There is no Lucifer. That's like Chewbacca. Go along there, Cylon Raider. Go take your Spider-Man or your Superman. Play your little up and down games with your buildings or whatever. Drop 3 buildings with 2 airplanes and or re-erect 1 trade tower. Freedom. There's no such thing as freedom. There's no such thing as free will. Freedom is long gone in this corporation. So would anybody like to speak up? Oh, man, they keep doing this to me. The Son of the Man is in us. Nobody's saying it. The church is not in the building. Good stuff. God said he isn't in a man. Good stuff. All right, some of you guys are getting it. You feed the great worm if you don't change your ways. Oh, yeah, feed the great worm, the wormwood. You got sugar worms, man. Pork worms. And okay, so Ellen, he didn't say he was the life. That's not what he said. Thank you. Actually, Ellen, or Elsa, sorry, thanks for joining again, Elsa. Elsa answered. He didn't say he was the life. Did anybody else answer? Yep, somebody BC said life. Okay, cool. Uh-oh, somebody said Iesus is the Christ, and Christ is the Anointed. Uh-oh. Trip Movie's doing some original KJB before the... There we go. Jesus is Christ King. Okay, you guys are using all these translations. So, Lord is a pagan term. Christ is a pagan term. You guys use scripture that is that's not in this text. So there's no such thing as Lord. Okay, that doesn't exist in this book. There's no such word as Lord. There's no such word as Christ. That's rooted in paganism, and you're adding to the text, so you know. There's no Jesus in this book. There's no Lucifer. There's no such thing as a planet. There's no such thing as a planet. This guy is a cornball. As you drive your corn car. All right, no, you can't type in all capital letters. No, nobody's hitting it and smacking it and disrespecting it. And the word Bible is a word book. Don't talk about anything you don't know. Tell me what the word halakha is or haggadah right now. I'll moderate you. You either have to be quiet or tell me what the word halakha and haggadah is. If you want to continue, because you don't know Jesus, you don't know Christ, you don't know the Hamashiach. He did not carry a cross, and he was not hung on a cross. So stop typing in all capital letters, or you'll be moderated. Moderators moderate anybody that can't control themselves and just screaming like a little baby, throwing a tantrum, probably wearing a face diaper still on the other side. So, what is halakha or haggadah mean? What does halakha or haggadah mean? If you don't know what halakha or haggadah is, I would advise you not to speak up. Because you should know. That is very important to know what the word halakha or haggadah, Targum, Mishnah, Talmud, you know any of these terms? If you don't know these terms, you don't know Christ is a pagan term. Christ means anointed in oil. The Hamashiach, that means that's the Messiah. For Messiah, he was hung on a tree. Nobody carried crosses, or nobody was hung on a cross. That is the ankh that comes out of paganism. You don't know what you're talking about. Messiah is Hamashiach. I call him Shiloh, remember? The scepter shall not depart from Judah till Shiloh returns. No, stop calling me a corn ball. That's a stupid name. Go you'd probably eat more corn soup and drink tap water. Nobody was ever hung on a cross. Leave. Get out of here. You're an idiot. Thank you. Sarzan has read something. You don't listen to Jews about Christianity. Do not like Jews. Well, tell me what a Jew is. No, he wasn't hung on a cross. See, you guys are idiots. You don't know anything about Roman torture. You guys are torturing yourself, like air pneumatics, like pressing you back. They stretched him back. It was a stretcher machine. So get out of here. You're lying. You're what is the word called demon, or the word Nephilim. You're a Nephilim. The word Nephilim means you're a bully, not a giant. That's the word Anunnaki. So you're a Nephilim, you're a bully. And the word demon means to distribute our fortunes or lies to others. The word daimonion, there's no word devil in the scripture. That word doesn't say devil in this book. I don't believe Christ wanted us to beat down on others. I don't think you know anything about Christ there, effing king. I don't think can you tell me? There's no lizard people, so if you think there's lizard people, please leave. There's no lizard people. There's no aliens. There's no big feet. There's no... You guys are out at... You're not anywhere in line with the text, so I won't have you in here. Chewbacca didn't have Wookiee with an Ewok. Now we got big feet running around. There's nowhere it says that in Scripture. You don't live on a planet. Hell's not below your feet. Earth's not below your feet. Heaven's not above your head either. Heavens were the ruling class. God had his favorite, the heavens. You might want to read that. There's more books than you can read. Like read the McClintock Strong 10-volume set that talks about all the wars. His favorite class, Israel, the heavens. Israel was the heavens. Not now. That Israel over there is performing outside of the New Testament. Let vengeance be mine. So that's definitely not the Israel in this book of the Apocalypse that we're living right now. because the firmament declared it, not me. I don't declare the age. The firmament declares the age. Remember, it says that in the book of Psalms, the heaven declare the glory of God. They know what's going on in this book. They have to make every judgment until it will come to pass. There's only one judgment, one final trump, shofar, ram's horn shall sound before that great day for only goss and dreadful for the rest that raise the dead from the ashes and the dust. One judgment, one final seal. Nobody's dead goes to the sky. Heaven's not above your head. You're an idiot. Learn what you're talking about. Nobody was hung on a cross. Peter was hung upside down. John on an X. So stop spreading blasphemies. You're a demon and a Nephilim, and I've been a demon and a Nephilim when it comes to this word myself. The word Anunnaki is giant, not Anakin Skywalker. Uh-oh, we're going to get pounded. I got a metal roof. So I'm not going to sit there and listen to none of your nonsense. Really, Christ died the fateful day so that mankind may gift of eternal life with him in harmony. There's also the commandments, love thy neighbor like thyself. Okay, but do you even know what the word love is, King? Love is the word agape. So there's no word love in this book. See, you don't know what a love. 2 John and 6. Love, agape, is to walk and follow in the commandments of God. I'll make it easy for you. You speak out of some other effing Jesus, some transgender leotarded pokey devil Jesus. So when Father in Genesis created the heavens, that's not above your head. The heavens were his ruling class. That was Israel, and we're not under that covenant anymore. So heavens is who rules you. Obviously, he said, put that light. He destroyed the physical temple. He does not come visit one day a year behind the veil. The veil, to lift the veil is the word apocalypse. So if you don't know the word apocalypse, get out of here too. Because I am Pastor Apocalypse. I minister this revelation here on this gospel every day when I can. I'm not working here out at the ministry. So I'm not going to let you, he said, guard my commandments. Remember 2 John and 6, if you love me, walk and follow in my commandments. I'm a soldier of God. I'm a military veteran. I know we're not supposed to be outside our borders. Remember George Washington was a 33-degree Mason? Okay, but he outlawed Christmas. At least he banned the orgy Christmas, the celebration of the transgender Jesus ritual of the Yule Wheel. Catholicism, Catholics, sacrament of the Mass. That's why they founded the nation of America. People are so blind as a bat. They don't even know where their own nation was founded off of. They're pagans. There were no Native Americans here. They wandered over the ice bridge, and from the south, the Chinese were here in the 14th century. They were pagans, going after just like Egypt, pole gods, gods with heads of beast and man, and they were Satanists. Whatever you want to slice it, Satan means the adversary. They were antichrist. How do you think Father allowed the genocide? Here, have some blankets, stay warm. They were Puritans is what they were, not pilgrims. Remember, Nina Pinta, Santa Maria, George Washington, 1492, Christopher Columbus sailed the ocean blue, fleeing Christmas, the sacrament of the Mass, the Yule Wheel, Satanism, Christianity right here. Here's your transgender Jesus, Bert, Moloch, tree god. Remember, you worship the tree and the sun. You put the light on the top of the Christmas tree. Christ, Mass is the eating of human flesh. There you go. There's your transgender Jesus right there. Baphomet, Baal, Jezebel. Thank you, Father, for the eyes. I don't think any of them get it, but that's okay. Some of them might. But do your little wheel worship of your. Oh my God, the sun's dying. The sun's dying, and we'll pray to Saturn. Oh my God, the sun, it's dying, and so let's pray to Saturn, and we'll try to slow the sun, and there's a goddess of heaven spinning the Big Dipper around the North Star. Just blind like a bat, you know. So you can't help people, brothers and sisters, if they don't want to. And I'm only speaking to my brothers and sisters. I'm not speaking to people who have not had an apocalypse. The veil, the veil has not been lifted. The scales have not been removed from their eyes. They have a deaf ear. So, isn't that silly? They worship this Sex Pistol Jesus. You know, let me see your decima. Everybody get your hands up. So like more like a robbery, don't it? Yeah. April Fools. The new year does not start in the middle of the winter. No, I don't have all the answers, but I know I have the ones that I've studied every single word by definition. Are the Jews Antichrist? Well, yes, they are. Not the Antichrist, but anybody. Christians are Antichrist. Catholics are Antichrist. Baptists are Antichrist. Mormons are Antichrist. Lutherans are Antichrist. Antichrist means you added to his book. And he said, don't even add a letter or a period, is what he said. Jot or tittle. Like punctuation, don't add, or thought is porneia, the Greek word idolatry. He divorced his bride for idolatry. They're made up. They thought the sun was dying, going after other gods in the sky. Jezebel taught this to Ahab, his kids, and he came home from work and Father doesn't want us to yoke with somebody who's not in the narrow way. Well, they are. I'm just saying, all of them, they go after this other Jesus, this other gospel that Paul spoke of. He himself warned of many Jesus, many Christ. And these idiot religious people, mostly Christians. I remember my son coming to me when he was real young, in his 10 or 11, he's real young. He's like, Dad, these Christians, they won't even talk about nothing. Because I told him, it's not in a house made by hands. And we would go through the scripture, and he was like, Dad, people that are atheists, they know more about the scripture. They know about what we've talked about than people who say they're Christian. They don't want to talk about anything. They say there's not another Jesus. Like, I know, son, they're not atheists though. Remember, son, he doesn't dwell in temples made by hand. They're just hiding behind that label because they don't go for the sky daddy Jesus. Remember, we know he doesn't. He's not in the sky. God's not in the sky. He's within us. And so they figured it out. They don't have to go to the church. They can have a relationship. So there's hiding behind the label saying I'm an atheist or whatever, so they don't have to have conversation with these Christian idiots or these Catholic idiots or these Mormon idiots or these Satanists is what they are. This dude got clean once and couldn't believe himself, so he turned a fictional character brought on by opium trips. Uh-oh, we got another drug pusher in here. Hey, do you work for Donald Trump? He's the #1 drug dealer there, Mike. You know who you are? You work for the government. They're the biggest drug dealers on the planet. They push more drugs than, who runs more drugs than anybody else? The government. Do you work for the government? Mike, do you work for the government? You pushing drugs on people in here. Don't push drugs. You sound like $2.2 trillion, the #1 single selling product ever in the history of mankind. Remember, we were talking about houses and temples. More than any real estate deal, the warp speed jab. The creator of that jab, the king of the jab, baby. The Gentile Messiah. Remember? That's what they call him, the Gentile Messiah. The man that just bombed the Okay, let's go back to that. Let's go back to the actual, what we were talking about in here. I know about Christians. I know about Orthodox Christians. He wasn't a Christian. He was a Hebrew Israelite. He wasn't from Nazareth there, Babe TV. Sounds like you're a babe and wet behind the ears. You don't know your history. Don't try to tell me history is written in a book. Shut up, loser. You get left out of history. Let's show this person's comment. This is what this person's trying to tell me about Orthodox Christians. Talk about Muslims. Okay, well, Muslims, the Quran was written by Catholics. How about that? Kitty touch much? Explains why Joe Biden was sworn in on a Catholic Bible, huh? Dum, da, dum, 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 put the Biden. See, he still wanted you to play poker so his buddies could get rich at Pfizer, huh? Yeah, but you better make sure you're reading the right version. There's Z. Which version are you reading? Some other Jesus version, some watered-down, bastardized version where they start adding A-holes and B-holes and slamming, raping the Word of God? Literally, God is a title, but we'll use it for conversation. Dialectus, glossa, tongues. There's no such thing as speaking in tongues, too, by the way. Cool. Well, reading them all is one thing, but make sure it reads leading to the interlinear text is the accepted text. I'm not saying you can't read the reject this text. Muslims are Christians without a sun god. Muslims know that Esau killed his brother Nimrod, which is Satan, or the one Donald Trump has his house decorated with, right? So Muslims call you infidels, right? Baba TV. And Jews call you what? Jews call Christians what? They're not Jews. They're not letting Jews into. Jews are not letting Christians over there into the shelters in Israel right now. So if you're one of those Christians right now, so you know, they don't have any faith. They don't believe in redemption. They don't believe in salvation, forgiveness of sin. No, they do not. That's one when Donald Trump's talking about God, he does not believe in Christ. He is not a follower of the Hamashiach that was hung on a tree of Bethlehem, not of Nazareth. That's right, from the house of David. He sprang out of Judah. He was the lion from the tribe of Judah, not Lion King like Disney, idiots. 2 kings, 2 crowns. One has the key to the pit. One gets unlocked. The abyss, no knowledge. The skies will roll back like a scroll. He says to meet him in the sky, and that's not above your head. God's not in the sky. Heaven's not in the sky. Earth's not below your feet. Hell's not below your feet. Hell is a place of no knowledge. No knowledge is hell. Revelation 9:11, the one Donald Trump has his house decorated with. So, not going to let you blaspheme. You know, the guy decorates his house with Satan, Mithra, the sun god, and he got, just like Time magazine's Hitler, man. Time magazine, 2 years in a row, got his second. 4 + 7 is 11. 4 + 5 is 9. Skip Joe. 4 + 7 is 11. See why they skip Joe? So you can get the Biden. You got the Biden. Did you get boosted too? Gee, come on, man. Play poker so my buddies up there at Pfizer could get #1 single selling product ever in the history of mankind. Brought to you by the Warp Speed King and the creator of the jab, the #1 drug dealer on this rock, Donald John Trump. Called the Tea Kettle Black, the mass murderer in chief, the red mass murderer in chief. No, I don't go to church. He said he didn't dwell in houses made by hands. The most high, not drugs, you idiots, you drug pushers. The Most High does not dwell in temples made by what? Our body's a temple. He said, put that light at the top of your house. Let it shine. I went to Lebanon and Muslims. So, it's a spiritual temple. Don't worry about it, brothers and sisters. Christ is inside you. Father's inside you. He's not in a church. You don't have to go. It was the church who hung Christ on a tree. Oh, we got an MS-13 on his knuckles. Yeah, there we go. There we go. Hey, thanks, Xavier, for saying that, man. That was good stuff. Ship me to Venezuela. Get me the fuck out of America. I hate this country. I fucking hate America so much. There's good people here. Like there's good people in Israel over there. That's a fake Israel. There's good people in Iran. There's good people in Russia. There's good people in China. Their Father's bride is all flesh. Jews and Gentiles, you idiots. Wake up. Not some special nation in the desert that used to could. That's old news. Get with the New Testament. Let vengeance be mine. So, no, yeah, let vengeance be mine, saith the Lord. Not bombing the piss out of Iran. So that's definitely, and we're not one either. We're not some blessed nations because we just bombed the shit out of Iran. So pound sand, go somewhere else. I'm a prior veteran and I'm going to speak the hell up about this. Do not partake in unfruitful works of darkness. Rebuke them. So we're not supposed to be outside our borders under this covenant. So I'll leave as soon as I can there, Mike. You're still in here speaking up, talking smack out the side of your neck. You're not, this ain't your country. Did you serve this country? Do you have a DD-214? What honorable discharge? So I'll just, we'll get you out of here. That's, see, he goes back to pushing drugs. You're the original one, the reason why I brought up Donald Trump being the #1 drug dealer. Mike, would you like to make a comment on that? Would you like to make a comment on that, Mike? Would you like to make a comment on that, Mike? You know, I defended your right. Congress shall establish no law prohibiting the exercise of free speech of the press. God protected right by the Constitution, organic, natural law, organic, color law. There's a difference between being lawful and legal, isn't there? You don't know your ass from a hole in the ground. You know that? Two cheeks to the same hole, two wings to the same dragon. Which team are you on? Democrat? Which one do you lick? Lollipop, red or blue? Democrat or Republican? Are you on that Astro space pop right down the middle, huh? So speak up, Mike. How do you feel about you killing Ukrainian women? How about you feel about drafting American women? I don't want to be in a country where they fucking draft American women and the men don't even speak up about it. Yeah, Mike's a monkey, huh? Like a barrel full of monkeys. You don't live on a planet. Planet of apes? There is no planets. Get out of here, Mike. It's not 2025, you lunatic. You can't even answer my questions, so you can't hang in here. Get it, barrel of monkeys? All right. This guy can't think can't keep his mind straight. Look at his name, Mike. Look what follows it. So he probably thinks he's in the Matrix. The Matrix is not out here. There. Oh, it was him. There we go. He had to say he got his thing, so we'll get him out of here, guys. Okay, let's go back to this. Iran just got bombed by the United Corporation of the American States, undivided. Not two are actually divided. So does that mean, holy crap, that thing's bright. Does that mean that you could get bombed here in America? Do you think that could happen? Do you know what a proxy war is? You know there's never been a war started with bombs falling, and now we're hot. We went and bombed Iran. We are involved in a hot war now, 100%. You notice they go tit for tat, tit for tat. So bombs in America, how long? Anybody want to put a time frame on it before they got bombs falling in your backyard? We're not equipped for this war. I'm a veteran. I know we're not going to stop ballistic missiles. We didn't get that Golden Dome up yet. Look, they're making Swiss cheese out of that Iron Dome, aren't they? Pounding the hell out of Tel Aviv. That place is a wreck. That sucks. There's good people there, but that's not the Israel it speaks in Scripture, just so you know. I'll defend that to the day I die. So those were fake Jews during World War II. And then they get no fake fallen angel technology. That's bullshit. Stop spreading that Nephilim bullshit is what you are. You're a bully. I apologize for the cursing. I only have one constitutional right left, and that's my right to speak up. The one that I said, Congress shall establish no law. The First Amendment prohibiting the exercise of free speech of the press, of religion, the right to peacefully assemble, redress grievances. You don't know your rights. I defended them, and I took an oath to the Constitution, not some stupid fucking flag or some country, some disgusting, filthy country. I didn't know what I was doing. I was 17 years old when I joined the military. That's no excuse. I knew what the hell I was doing. But I was young, and when we make mistakes, we stop doing the mistakes that we're doing, and we come out of her, he said. You know what I'm saying? Come out of her, my people. Obama has to be the world record for kids for the Nobel piece of shit prize winner. What did you just say, Z? Did you see what Z just wrote? Z didn't put piece of shit prize. Our military has stress cards. Somebody who knows what the hell is going on. Our military has stress cards and basic training meant to make or break turned into college, but worse or way more. Stress cards. Thank you. I encourage you to look up Delta 795, Military Police Corps. Last extreme high stress training in the Military Police Corps. They started doing that stress card shit back in the 90s. Don't ask, don't tell. Somebody was in the one. Yep. Somebody's given up that they were in during that time. Desert Storm, Desert Shield, that first part of the 90s. So anyways, we'll move on. I know he has the number of most kills, and he's the biggest Nobel piece of shit or piece of crap prize winner. So anyways, guys, we're not supposed to be outside our borders. This is all over oil, man. Imagine being a veteran and there's 22 veterans every day that decide, I can't hold this in anymore. I can't believe what it is that I did. You know, I can't believe I served this system. And when you find out, and some don't know, but some figure it out and they went, holy crap. Well, Exactly. Resources, oil. Remember in Bretton Woods agreement, and Kissinger in 73 went over there, and instead of backing the dollar with gold, France came over in 71 and said, give our gold back. And they didn't even get the gold back that they put in the vault. 73, they repriced, rebranded all oil overnight, guys, in US dollars. And like swiftly, like a fucking apologize, but like a mafia, we forced everybody, we're going to come by and you're going to pay for the oil with the US dollar. If not, we're going to drop some democracy bombs. How did that work out for Muammar Gaddafi? I think that man had to have a spot with Father. When the dead raise, I think Muammar Gaddafi is going to be with Father in Christ. That man would produce a near Garden of Eden in Libya. And he was going to pay for something other than the US dollar. That's why we went in there and blew up all those desalination machines, all those canals that he had built, all that sorghum he was growing. The place was amazing, beautiful place. Well, look what Hillary went over there. And anybody remember what she said? This is crazy. 20 years in Afghanistan, and we lost that war. Nice. Thanks for your testimony there. So, these operations, shock and awe is all about from 1973. We priced every single person has to pay for oil from those Saudi nations. Now, instead of backing this gold by the dollar, look over here. No, look over here. We're going to take that greatest military. We're going to take, right? And we're going to guard the OPEC nations. Let's not worry about that gold sitting in the vault. That's probably not there. France didn't get it back in 71. Remember, 73 since then, brothers and sisters, we have gone around and created 1,000 military bases chasing this petrodollar, forcing people. How about Saddam Hussein? CIA trained operative. And they never did find any weapons of mass destruction, did they? Jonathan, look, Jonathan's in here. We're going to take this and roll this back because Jonathan came in here with a good question. So, Jonathan, you have 3 kids. Listen, I didn't get to say this. I apologize, Jonathan. I get off on scripture and it overcomes me. So you'll just have to deal. If you subscribe to the new subscriber, I try to talk about a subject and, your merchant number. Somebody's going to start talking about merchant number being a corp, and I'm not a corp. Do I look like a corp to you? Do I look like I'm dead, like a statue? I don't go by mandates. I don't go on dates with men or follow mandates, codes, or ordinances because I'm not. My name is capital T, small r, small a, small c, small y, capital W, small e, r, small e, small r, small n, small e, small r. I do not operate in commerce. I only operate in a private capacity. And I'm not sovereign, so don't go there. I'm a man of land and soil. I came from this corrupt dust. Remember law of the land, organic law, Black's law, color law? And I'll go back to this corrupt dust when I'm done. I'm a man of land and soil. I don't have to claim, nationalist, but that's a good way to go. Take your name back, subrogate your merchant number, take your bond back. Okay, so if you go corporate name and a corporation, he stood up to the corporation, the halakha, the God of the day, the targum, the mission of the Talmud, all the changing of the oral and the written law. That's what they've done today, and they killed him for it. Anybody want to kill you? Anybody want to hang you from a tree? Are you out there getting your stripes? You're earning your stripes there, soldiers? Chevrons and rockers out there, my soldiers of God. Does anybody want to stick you and hang you? Like they're going to eat you like some mass of eating a human flesh? Christ's mass? So, should I take on? Okay, listen, Jonathan, I don't want to give you any economic advice, but there will come a time where there's a difference between a bailout and a bail-in. Let me teach you a little bit something. We'll switch it up, speak a little economics. I'm not giving any economic advice. You don't have any money in the bank. This is money. This is money. This is money. This is what fuels the lifeblood of the military-industrial complex. You want to know what kills more people than oil? This right here. Oh, there we go. Now it's flying the right way. This kills more people, but this is money, just so you know, Jonathan. This is money. Gold, they sold Christ for 30 pieces. This is the silver dinar. Remember, he was going to pay with the Iraqi dinar. Saddam Hussein, right in the lesson there. So, okay, hold on. I'm speaking with Jonathan for a minute. Yes, I have some gold. Yes. Okay, Jonathan, you have to pay. Listen, all I'm going to tell you, I don't want to give you any economic advice. Jonathan, there's a difference between a bailout and a bail-in. If you know anything about Glass-Steagall and you know anything about FDIC and you know anything about Cyprus and Greece, there's a difference between a bailout where they bail the banks out. That's what we saw in 2008 and, 4 too big to fail banks and all this Silicon Valley and all that. They should have bailed in the banks back just recently when we had that Silicon collapse. You're a creditor to the bank. The money is not FDIC insured like people think. A bail-in is different than a bailout. The bailout's where they bail out the banks. The bail-in is where they take the creditor's money in the banks to bail in the banks. So if you don't know how this fractional reserve system works, you put $1 in the bank, they get 10. You put 10 in, they get 100. You put 100 in, they get 1,000. They lend that out in the casino, which is called the stock market. Obviously, $11 trillion was just wiped out of the stock market, right? Taken, just gone. I mean, if I came here every day and paid you $1 million, Jonathan, you'd have to come back here for $1 trillion for 360,000 years. That is a grip load of money. So don't tell me how much money you have in the bank. I would recommend not keeping any more money in the bank than what I have to pay my bills with, because we have to stay in the system now. They got us all in with this. It's just the way it is. Most people play with plastic, and you have to set up these things with your work and all this type of stuff. So, not giving economic advice, but I wouldn't leave any more money in that bank than I needed to pay my bills every month, if I can give you that. I don't want to give you any economic advice, but I would tell you, if you think that there is going to be a downturn in the market, okay? Because I have people who come to me before. Look, I'm not giving any, economic advice. You've got to go to your own, advisor or whatnot. But look, however much you think that the markets are going to crash, whatever percentage that is, listen to what I'm telling you, and I'm not giving you. This is just theory. I'm not giving any. Just listen to me. If you think that there's a 10% chance that the stock market's going to crash, I take 10% and put it in a physical asset like this, gold or silver, that's never gone to zero. Never. Never, never, never. Now, you can't eat it when you're sitting next to a 100-ounce gold bar and you're starving. You're not going to care about, and neither are your children. So I'm not, again, but if you think there's a 25% chance that the stock market, that the whole derivative market's going to blow up and implode, and it's way overbought than it was in 29, it still is. Even though it gave up $11 trillion, it's still way overbought right now, if you know anything about what's going on. So this has never gone, gold or silver has never gone to zero. So if you think that there's going to be a downturn in the market, you could call it a crash or whatever you call it, like somebody's not going to buy the other side. Because basically a stock or something is like a faith. Somebody thinks the market's going to go down, so they don't think it's going to keep going up, so they sell. This person's buying it because they think the market's going to go up. Does that make sense? I mean, in very simple terms. I don't like to overspeak over people's head, okay? But this has never gone to zero. There's only enough surface of this silver too, which I do, in my humble opinion, there's a deficit every year of silver because like 80% of it goes into the industry and it gets used up. And so investment and the market's not nearly as big. So there has been a deficit since 2016. There has been discoveries that they're not talking about that you can find, such as in the New York Times and the Grand Canyon and Strawberry Hill, and potentially there's a lot more gold than there is silver. People don't want to hear that, but they recycle all the gold. You might have been wearing some gold on your neck or something that some Cleopatra wore, and they melted it down. Gold is finite. It don't go away. That same piece of gold is a million years later, you dig it out the dirt, it's the same piece of gold. So there's a reason why we could generate oil power. Nice. So good stuff. So again, Jonathan, I wouldn't want to play with too much with, whatever you have, okay, in the bank, but I don't see any reason to leave something in there. And then what are you going to do? Just pull it out and leave it in cash? Yeah, you need cash. Look at Warren Buffett. If the whole stock market, whole dollar was going to crash, why is Warren Buffett sitting in how much cash right now? Berkshire Hathaway, all this. No, you see the big money always moves first. So that's what I try to tell people. Dollar will spend until it doesn't. Now, it just keeps spending less and less. It's lost 98, 99% of its purchasing power since its inception in 1913. What has this done? So, again, I'm not giving you, I don't care about the price of gold and silver. I don't go by price. Price is irrelevant. Price is a tool of manipulation. They priced gold and silver 1-to-1. 1-to-1 at the time of Rome at Christ. Remember, they sold them for 30 pieces of silver. Remember? So the ratio is what you should pay attention to. It's been about 100-to-1, and they pulled it back. Actually, I was telling Kevin, I'm like, all right, here's what I'm going to make my call. They're going to pull this ratio back. They've got shorts they're trying to cover. He's like, and now he's like, wow. It's like, I'm not making predictions. I can know by the shorts in the SLV market. They have to cover their shorts. So, BC, what I said is you can find this. I think you answered that. Asked me. Were you the first ones who asked that? It's called an interlinear Texas Receptus. Make sure it's the Hendrickson volume. There's a 4-volume set that's less than $80. You can get it. I think if you can still get things on Amazon, I don't know how many hundreds of volumes of sets that have sold through Amazon. They got no kickbacks. I don't want any. But Christian bookstores will have this. Look up maybe like Barnes and Noble and stuff like that. You don't need this volume that has the blue cover. This is really super stupid expensive, and I'm not sure why they made this one more expensive. There's one that has like the Omega symbol on it, like the horseshoe, and it's the same innards, and so it's about $20 or less a book. Then you want to make sure you get your concordance so you can word study. This is that Hendrickson volume as well, okay? And this takes out every word by the number. See, it's coded by the number with the Strong's Concordance. That's what this book is. Coded by the number, and you take the words out and you study the word one word at a time, and you slow down and you just try to have a relationship with the word. Have a relationship with the word. Thanks for coming in, Z. Enjoy your evening. Thanks for your eyeballs and earballs. Appreciate tithe is very expensive of time because you can't make more time. So thanks for your tithe of time. I'm coming in. Appreciate your comments. The ministry to me is not just my ugly mug up here. It's the comment section. Normally when I go look at blogs and been studying for 30 years, often on the internet, a lot of the time since the internet, I love it since this comment section. I can go through and see things that the original blog didn't even talk about, like brilliant ideas. And that's you guys in this chat. So that's why we try to limit a lot of these drug pushers and trolls and just try to keep the chat somewhat clean. It's good. It's kind of thinning out here. The algorithm was pushing too many people in here anyway. So it's okay. Well, I've done TikTok where we do 1,200-1,500 people in a room and have, there's something I'd like to do too. If any of you ever want to come in and join me, I've never had anybody join me. Holland, what's going on the other side of the drink? So anyways, Jonathan, this is money. This is money. Okay. That's right. Girl, do you watch, or is that girl? Delulu? Do you watch, so I got a bad eye. Do you watch Adapt 2030 or Civilization Cycle or Ransom Godwin at Mountain High Television? Or it's always partly cloudy? What's he chooching on? I don't know. But David covers really well these cycles throughout history. And we saw this even in our lifetime. Remember when Billary was in office or whatever, well, whenever she was running the show, right? When they were sending ISIS over there, destroying all those relics, like the Arch of Triumph, the entrance to Satan's Tower, the Ark of Jonah. Every time they reset history, they go and wipe it out. there's a huge part of history in the 1800s that nobody talks about. That's a period of history that's almost nearly disappeared. Very, very few people. Okay, so you know what I'm talking about. I've been watching David since his very first YouTube. I've been blogging as long as David. I have channels, America Ever After, Truth Viral Television. There's some more I was remember because I had some more that I had some that have been taken down. So, but I've been watching his channel since he started it, and he has nailed it. He has done such a good job. I wish he was a little bit more biblical and scriptural because he's so close. If you just add that to his equation, he just, but if you watch him and you can glean from his channel, he's an absolute amazing blogger, and I freaking love Ransom Godwin. I can't not, I really wish those two would, like, he would just take his kids and move out to Tennessee or something. Ransom, for the civilization cycle thing. It seems like the two would have already kind of gotten, or I don't think David wants to move out to, was it New Mexico Ransom's in? But anyways, they're both amazing bloggers, and I love when they do their civilization cycle podcast because, again, the comment section is amazing, and that's you guys as well in the comment section. But Ransom, too, brings such a side. That man is so freaking brilliant. He talks about things that David is just amazing, too, but Ransom brings a side to that civilization cycle that David just can't bring. I mean, Ransom is freaking brilliant, man, and I think it's because he uses good herbs. He's on the chooching on the good herb, and he's he tries to eat well and be somewhat upright. I don't think he does anything other than probably just a little bit of medicinals, and that's But he's so brilliant, and I'm always so thankful to have a time to watch his channel. You know what? This is hard to believe too. I don't know if there's been too many David Devine Adapt 2030 videos. Now, I may have missed some of the Civilization Cycle podcast where they both go on together, but I don't know. I don't know if I've ever missed a David Devine video at Adapt 2030. I've followed his work for a long time. He's just so good at what he does. I just appreciate what he's brought to this platform. And then obviously he does that other podcast over there with the whatever that other platform where he shows up and he's got the thing in the background. And that's that guy that was over on InfoWars for a little while, working with the Health Ranger and whatnot. Actually, I used to do work on InfoWars and all that. And anyways, that was a long time ago. All right, Jonathan, I think is still in here. I keep missing this point. Jonathan, if you're in here, speak up. And this is for everybody. We're going to kick off a little preparedness here, guys. If you want to tithe this ministry, appreciate it. We got a couple tithes coming in here in the last week. I've been blogging a lot. Been blogging for 16 hours a day, putting in two full-time jobs, and don't pull in. I don't want you to give anything if you don't have abundance, but I'm trying to get this property in Ecuador so we can get down there and get freeze dryers going down there and ship food to the ministry. Between this platform and again the TikTok and the backup channels, there's more than 50,000 eyeballs, and it's millions. I can't believe that my son showed me the analytics. I never looked at them about how many people. It makes mega churches look small, the eyeballs that come into this ministry. So you want to tithe, there's a link in the bio for Cash App and PayPal, but you don't have to. It's never required to be a part. And the only thing is I'm not taking any money for anything because I've just recently retired, and I only have one more land payment up the road, and I'm going to seriously consider trying to get somebody in here on this property pretty soon, and maybe walk somebody onto that property. Otherwise, I have all the other properties are paid off. So I'm looking at acquiring another property in Ecuador for the ministry so that we can produce tithes of food in the freeze dryer, and we can tithe all kinds of food I cannot grow here in the high desert. And currently I'm working on this geothermal underground garden, so I should be able to grow a tremendous amount of food, but not that I can grow down there. On that property, it's a 2-hectare property. There's already 20 plus kinds of fruit growing on the property, and it's really about growing as organic as I can. Actually, that property has never had any outside fertilizer. It's only been naturally, organically fertilized by the property itself. So that's the dream for me, if you will. So I'd like to get it set up, growing food, and then personally, since I'm retired, I'd just like to go on the road and just share my time. I have so many people from TikTok that still, from time to time, I get contact, want me to come over and out of the country and stuff, and I can't leave out of the country yet, but when I can, I'm looking forward to doing that. And so first, obviously, I'm going to hit Ecuador, and I don't care if I ever go there. I should be able to. I'm not saying, but I want to purchase it for the ministry. So any ties that are brought into the ministry now are going to the property in Ecuador, and I have a chunk put away. I lost some money here on buying another property, and it is what it is. I should be able to maybe get it back because I have paperwork on it, but we're going to put freeze dryers there, and that was for here. But I'll just take those funds and we'll push them down towards purchasing the property, and that's the funds that I have. It's not funds that you guys have given, but it's the funds that I have been selling things out here through the ministry that I purchased here, and I was able to pay this ministry off too, which is awesome. And so now I can focus on getting this property out in Ecuador. So either way, I do appreciate that we've gotten a couple. Like I said, there's been, I think one person gave me a PayPal, and I got a Cash App in the last couple of days, and I tried to send back a reply to those people too. So appreciate it when people contribute to the ministry, because eventually, like I said, my hopes and aspirations of this would be to tithe food back to the ministry, send you papaya and guava and star fruit and avocados and things that are just grow just abundantly down there on that property, and freeze dry them and send them to some people who are try to maybe take some list and get some information, but people who are maybe not as blessed and need ties like that of food, some good organic. And the main thing is to grow organic food. Try to get as many people in the ministry eating as healthy as food as we could possibly eat. That's where I want to do it, because food was tithing. So I know tithing now, people more related to putting money in a basket, but or some people will time to time, tithe the $10 or something here, or $5 there, which is cool, because like I said, I've been, gonna go ahead and shift any funds now, which I was doing to purchase the other property here locally in this town. But we have enough property here. There's 45 acres for the ministry. If I don't get, this other 20, if I don't sell that one, and I already sold the one next to this one here, the other 20 that I had here, to pay this one off. So good things coming, lots coming in the ministry. I'd appreciate it. A tithe of time, though, is more important to me than anything else. You know what I'm saying? Make sure that you don't tithe anything to this ministry if you don't have abundance, and if there are people within your local area. If it's going to be a smaller amount, go help somebody right in your own area, man. You got to know people in your own family, friends, and stuff. So the main idea here is to get food tied back to the people within the ministry. I would love to see people eating food that they can't get abundance of, and that's growing right on that property in South America. And I'm a farmer, because this is Silver Rock Ranch. I'm a farmer. That's what I do. And born in the concrete jungle, but then went out to the country and never wanted to go back to the concrete jungle ever again. I'll visit, maybe go eat or whatever, get entertained, but don't want to spend any time in the city. I'm kind of allergic to the cities now. Too much electronics. It's like being an electronic stew. But this place that I've been looking at, it's way out in the country. It's about 4 hours from a city, but this is the property that I've been looking at for several years. So if I would have bought it a few years ago, it was only $18,000, but it's $38,000 now. And but they've done a lot of improvements. They put a pool above ground. I don't get in the pool too much, but or do anything like that. But Kevin was definitely thinking about, he's going to go down there, and so I'm sure he would love to have that pool, nice pool, a huge road, a driveway. Just put a lot of money into the property. So it's not like the property is just, gone up because they're overcharging. Let me 1 second. Yeah. All right. think I'm gonna take a pause here and get some of my potatoes that I made here. They're gonna be hotter than a pistol here, but get some of these off and cooling off on a plate. Oh man, those things are golden brown. Do you have any more ketchup? I don't want ketchup. Why do I want ketchup? Should be ketchup is not good for you. Oh well. I don't eat it that often. You got any ketchup left here? Gotta have some ketchup. Did you use that one? I only had one. I don't have another one. Whatever do you have? Ketchup. You got any ketchup over here, Biggie Tago? Biggie? Oh, here's some ketchup. All right, that found one. That found one. All right, hey, I got some taters going. I had to turn them off there. I got them cooking on low, but they're perfect. I got them just perfect now. Well, nothing's perfect except for Father Christ. Golden brown, pan fried. Color on that tater right there. Oh. It's like soda. I was sitting on the cabinet. I didn't know that one back there. Nice. That's a big bottle. I won't use all that ketchup. That'll go bad before I can ever use all of that. Put that up. Man. Let's put these books up here. Man, this chat sucks. They just keep hammering my chat. It's not staying up. Eve didn't take a bite out of the apple there, Delulu. She did more than take a bite out of the apple. So there was a lot more going on than bites out of the apple. Who told you you were naked? Remember? Remember what they had done? Oh, that was crispy. That one good. right. Adam had something to do with that too, didn't he? Mm. Ornate fruit. Mm. Look at that golden brown. Just had to put up with me for a minute, guys, while I eat some taters for dinner. It's got Himalayan pink salt on it. Himalayan pink salt, pepper, a little bit of beef bouillon. So I don't eat potatoes very often, but a little bit. Especially all those instant potatoes and stuff. They're really, well, yeah, they got all kinds of crap in them. So, I probably eat more beans and meat than steak, hamburger, and tacos. Eat lots of tacos. Lots of burritos. Got to think for eating lots of burritos. I got a cheese pizza the other day. Trying to cut as much bread out. And I don't eat near the pasta that I used to eat. I used to eat pasta with almost every meal. I grew up on that balanced diet, you know. Oh. So what's the chances of the U.S. getting bombed now or nuked? What's the chances of that, the U.S. getting nuked? Yeah, I'm trying to eat more vegetables, but man, the vegetables are trash unless you grow them yourself too. Girl, are you subscribed to Canadian Prepper or the Prepper News channel? Canadian Prepper Nate here on YouTube. Probably not, girl. Probably not, huh? Go subscribe to Canadian Prepper and go look at his channel. Probably one of the best video blogs I've ever seen on nuclear war. Canadian Prepper News, or Canadian Prepper. It's on Canadian Prepper channel because it's an old video. Look up his video. It's about nuclear war and the survivability. There's been, I think, over 3,000, nuclear weapons already employed on this earth, already on this rock. Already. And we're still all here, right? All right, Alex, if you're going to stay here, you have to tell everybody, since you put your stupid Walmart face in here, you're going to end up in a Walmart internment camp because you think shit's funny, but we'll go ahead. Alex, for everybody's entertainment purpose, let's make an example of you. Tell everybody in the room, nobody answer except for Alex. Tell everybody in the room, 666, Alex, is the number of what? I'm only talking to you, Alex. Your stupid Walmart smiley face. 66 is the number of what? Don't anybody else answer, I'll ban you. Doom, 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 doom. Okay, that's what I thought. Look it out. You were right. He didn't even know what it was. You already got called out. Remember, somebody told you stop being a child? This is a grown-up conversation. You don't even know your ass from a hole in the ground. So, leave and I won't ban you. Or don't say anything else in here. If you say anything else, I'll ban you. How about that? Do not judge them by their cover. You'll know them by their fruit. It's an 18 and older chat, so hopefully they are at least 18. It is YouTube supposed to monitor, not let anybody 18 or younger come in here. Yeah, it is. Most people don't even know what it is. You know what I'm saying? D. So you already called him out on it. And I was like, all right, I'll not join the party, but I know most people don't know what it is. I'm married to the word. How about that? I'm married to the word. I love the word. I'm in love with the word. I'm the bride. I get to be the bride. I'm so excited about being the bride. So I don't need a wife to complete me. I'm happy by myself. I've been single. I've had a couple of relationships the last 15 years, but a couple of those years, but I'm okay with being single. Things okay. I don't want a loner wife or a loner girlfriend. I'd rather be single the rest of my life than not be with somebody that I'm not going to be with for the rest of my life. You know what I'm saying? I don't, so somebody's supposed to be there to add to me and I add to them. I don't need to be happy to have somebody in my life. So I was married once when I was young. I got married one time, but my wife committed adultery on me when I was 18 years old and had another man's child. So that's what happened to my wife. And I chose the child with her instead of her aborting the child. I told her if she said the word abortion to me ever again, I would divorce her. She thought I was going to divorce her if she didn't get an abortion. So how about that there? 666. That's something you don't even know the number of. 6 score. Those are the 3 nails that they hung him with. You're an idiot. So. Yeah, they got a thing called the hub. You go pull your chain somewhere else. The Greek word's actually porneia. Stop doing your self-will in here. Go somewhere else now. We're all done playing with you. You got tossed around like a little rag doll or a beanbag or something. They'll play a little cornhole with you. I am the great Cornholio. Are you threatening me? What happened to Beavis or to Butthead or Beavis? Remember, I am the great Cornholio. He had like 27 candy bars and drank like a 6-pack of root beer. Oh, sorry, I had a little Beavis and Butthead to go back in time there. All right, I threw my television away in the 90s, so. All right, there we go. We'll hide. He's being an idiot. He said the very first thing he said when he came in here. So let's get rid of this. Hey, man, I didn't know your name was Alex. That little. That's when Cheech and Chong came out of the back. When actually Chong was in the back. They were at the Roxy, and he was in there with that girl, and she was talking about doing the motorboat. So, anyways. This dude's all over the place. Hey, we got to do a little be entertainment, bread and circus, and they'll never revolt, right? Keep them entertained, right? The little tightrope walk here. Give them a little clown show, right? They'll put your little floppy shoes on, your little rainbow wig, your little red-nosed reindeer there or something, huh? Pretty little silly reindeer games, or shoot you out of a cannon. It's the big top, baby. Circus Vargas going on in here. Oh man, Berkey water with Berkey ice cubes. There we go. There we go. Man, that's better than oh man, that's like drinking an energy drink. If you don't do a lot of sugar, when I try to eat no sugar or very little sugar at all, cut the carbs out, kind of have a limited diet. That Berkey water is better than, pardon me, any energy drink I've ever had. You have to pardon me. I got tear gassed by the state of Oregon SWAT raided my house, and I've had this lung thing going for about a year now. So you have to apologize. Or no, I have to apologize to you. I get this thing going on sometimes. So my lungs fill up twice a day with fluid. Normally it's a little later in the day, but yeah, don't worry about it. We don't do any spelling police in here. So, oh man. Oh. That didn't go the wrong hole. I don't know what that was all about. Nathan. Kevin got another one. And he got the filter with the sight glass on it. Right? Because I don't have that on mine. Mine does that too. And I think sometimes it's from like atmospheric pressure. I don't know why sometimes it drains fast, drip, drip, drip. And then sometimes it's like, and I got the big one. I got the Crown the Crown, the one that's six gallons. I've had it for like 10 or 11 years. But I've noticed that sometimes it doesn't drain. Now, your top could have something to do with it too. The top, sometimes it kind of gets a vapor lock. Jesse from BP Earthwatch, he does that Alexa Pure, and he invented some kind of little thing that goes inside it. But I think these Berkeys do that too. They kind of get a, because I mean, it is supposed to drip. It does go through there. I don't know if you have the fluoride filters too. I didn't like those. I used those one time, and those things took forever. Man, I need to drink like 3 or 4 gallons of water a day by myself. Sometimes I can put down a few gallons, and I'll fill this thing up 5-10 times a day sometimes. But there's that sight glass. Kevin, he liked mine, and he was using or whatever. So we went to Ben and got him one, and he got one from some lady that had whatever. She got another. I think she got a bigger one, and but his came with that stainless, faucet, and then he has the vent tube. But I was noticing on that vent tube, it's got a hole in it. And I heard his filter making noises. I'm like, what the hell is your filter? I think it was making noises, but it was dripping. Now he has 4 filters, and I think he's got like a travel, or not a travel Berkey, but or just a big Berkey. I think it's 2.5 gallons. And yeah, so I don't know if you have the sight glass to see the water level in yours. Okay, cool. Those take forever, Nathan. Those take forever. But if you don't have that sight glass in there, that thing has a little hole on it, and it goes all the way down to the bottom. And I notice his is super fast. Now, he doesn't have the fluoride filters, and those take a while because you've got obviously the top ones and the bottom ones. So that is going to take, I noticed that. I was like, man, it took a long time. I even called Berkey and I said, this thing ain't working. I said, yeah, it is. You got to make sure, you purge I don't know if you purged your fluoride filters too. I think you do have to purge those too, or at least at first, to push enough through the membrane to get them to. But I've worked for Culligan International. I've done, I've worked in the water industry. I've done, and everybody's taste buds are different, but there is nothing like Berkey water. I love it. Yeah, no, everybody always lead everybody here to the interlinear Texas Receptus. You're in the water department, man? Nice. So I've worked for, Culligan. Nice. Cool. Yeah, in here, Boot, we only use the interlinear Texas Receptus. That's it. We only use the canonized version of the 66, 53 Old Testament and 13 New. I have the missing. I have the rejected books. I've showed them in here. I don't talk about them. It's pointless in here to talk about them. There's no gospel in those texts, and I don't care about anything other than gospel. This is a gospel-oriented ministry. There's nothing else in here. We talk about other things, but not in Scripture. I don't talk about anything else. I've studied. I have it here. I've shown you. I got a massive library. I've studied all these other books. Read the Quran. Read many other books, but it's not necessary. But if you're going to study the text, you need to be using the interlinear accepted text, the Texas Receptus, the only one. There's only one version of Scripture you should be reading. Everything else is trash. Burn it. Throw it away. Well, actually, don't burn it. Don't throw it away. Put it in an archive. Archive it for a library. Let somebody else read some trash version of the word. If you're not defining the Old Testament in the lexicon Hebrew and using that interlinear text of the accepted text, you're reading versions that have not been, they're translated. And he tells us not to change. Don't add a jot or a tittle. Do not add your own version. That is the Greek word porneia, or idolatria. Latria is to serve, and his ido is, he said he'd send 2 witnesses. It's these 2 thieves that'll steal your crown, the ones that hang right on that cross right there. And he said in Revelation 3:11, I come quickly, let no one take your crown. So we don't study out anything else in here. I won't talk about it. Somebody come in here early wanted to talk about Lilith. What does Lilith have to do with the gospel? I don't care about Lilith. I know exactly. I've studied that for years, but my mind was all over the place. I was reading everything I could. I was not centered in gospel centered. And now that's why I don't care about anything else. Everything else is like, whatever. It's just part of, I know what it's there for, but the gospel is what you need to have. Until you can share the gospel, I would be speaking about anything in those other books. As a matter of fact, he said, don't add a jot. So a false teacher is a scorpizzo. And that's the very first people he deals with when he comes back, who's anybody who's added even a letter, a period to his books. So I wouldn't speak on anything in his books unless you define the words that are in the books. One word at a time. Use your concordance. Use your lexicon. That's what they're there for. Use your study tools. Come back here in places like this there ain't too many. There's only here Brother Jim Brown. I don't know where anyone else to send you. Jim Brown will give you teachings that I couldn't give you. What are you whining about? What are you whining about? Puppy, get down. Get off of me. I'm paying attention to him. One at a time. Get down. Bobo, get down. Get down. He wants some loving. He needs some lovins. He wants some lovins. All right. Oh, he's a good boy laying with the dad. So. All right, I have some serious theological issues with the Quran. I've read that myself, and most certainly a different God. Honestly, the most overly complicated stuff I've ever heard. Isn't it? It's stupid. I read it. You want I read it though? Just so you know, Boot. I read it because it mentions Christ in there. You know what I'm saying? And it was written by Catholics. Catholics wrote the Quran. Most people don't know that. Kid he touch much? Does that explain it? Muhammad touching kids? Biden can't keep his nose off? Oh. Well, that's not funny, but Donald's an island boy. Donald's definitely been to the island. He can't keep his hands off either. So I really wish people would start talking about that more a little bit. Why it just got swept under the rug so quickly. It's like went the smoke cloud, it was just gone. It's like crazy. Oh, Mr. Stinky Muskrat is behind Buddy, another one that trades lightsabers in their ice holes, is going to sit there and call him out that he's an island boy. And I've been saying that on this ministry for years. So I'm saying, why does he get a pass? Why didn't nobody care about that? Stinky Muskrat just came out and said he's an island boy and nobody cared. They're like, oh yeah, Trump 2028, baby. Hold on a minute. You know what I'm saying? That's the mentality of these people, man. They don't give a shit about the Constitution. Trump 2028, right? Whoa, dude. Whoa, whatever. Just let him be the king, I guess, right? They said he's going to be the last president. Both the Bidens and the Thumpsters, all of them. Remember, he's going to be the last president. I said that 10 years ago on this channel, you idiots. The final Trump. The final Trump. Get it? He said he was going to be the president since the 80s. Has been talking about it. It's not new news. Gee, the Simpsons have never let me down. That's a great study tool. I've never watched the Simpsons, but I've never watched a whole episode of that thing, but I've watched plenty of blogs about lots of episodes and decodes. And so I'd rather actually watch a decode than a full episode most of the time, because I get a better, somebody who does a decode or a blogger who can decode, like myself. I decode. I've done many decodes on this platform. Decode my own work in here. They put my work on the U.S. debt calculator. How about that? USDebtClock.org. You want to see the work of this ministry? Go over to USDebtClock.org. It's still up there in the secret window. Shh, I got a secret. So, and then come back here and go look at one of the decodes that I did on what's up on the U.S. debt calculator. Why are they putting the work of this ministry on the debt calculator? Why are they putting the work? Why am I the only person on this rock? There's only 1% that knows about the celestial revelation 12 line. It didn't even happen. And I happen to be the only man that has that actual celestial alignment on my body. Why? Why would they do that? Huh? Why are they putting the work of this ministry on the U.S. debt calculator? Must be doing something right. So What's wrong with you guys? Are spoiled. You guys are spoiled. You're spoiled. Oh, I'm gonna say hi to these little spoiled guy. Oh, my puppy. You go outside with your other brother? Do you? You want to go outside? I'm going to go out there with him. Would you make up your mind? Make up your mind. What do you want to do? You want to stay inside with the dead? Ah, don't you dare kiss me. All right, this is Bone. He's my dingo, and he's crazy dingo like Dad. He's crazy. So we're going to go let these puppy dogs outside. So, D's like, don't you get some? Aren't you going to go try to chase some she-day them? Let me see your booby Jesus. All these guys can think about is boobies. They love the booby Jesus. Let me see your booby Jesus. I'm going to eat the rest of these taters. Had a fire going today in the cabin. In the 40s here today in the high desert. In the 40s today. Yeah, I had a that works off the wood stove. In fact, we're going to kick that bad boy up and let that get going again there. Put some more coals on there. But that fan works. It doesn't take batteries. It doesn't take electric. It works off the heat of the stove. And it's not like a fan, but it's more like a circulating fan. Wow. Yeah, you can. Oh, on there. I stopped it. It'll get going again. We'll have to get some heat. I'm going to throw some more wood on it. Starting to get it going again a little bit there. All right. Well, I'm going to get some more wood going in there. We got some coals. Are you self-sufficient? Well, we may see him. Nathan, this may have, this whole bombing the snot out of Iran might not be a good idea to, they could start bombing the piss out of us. That'd be a good reason to put people in these millimeter domes. I was thinking about that earlier today. I'm like, that might be a good reason to start bombing the U.S. We got this technology to save us from hypersonic missiles. Warp speed. I was kind of putting this together before I came in this morning. I was sitting with their bombs barely got through Israel. They have fucked up Israel. Get the hell out of here, Max. They turned that goddamn Iron Dome into Swiss cheese. Sucks for the people, but it's not even working anymore. Get the fuck out of here. I don't even know what you're talking about. No, America thinks they're big because they've gone around and just forced everybody for 50 years with democracy bombs with 1,000 military bases in 180 countries. If you don't do what the hell we'll do, we'll bring the largest navy against you, which we don't have anymore. And, well, don't worry about it. We haven't won a war since World War II, so we're not very good at war. So, unless you know something at war, don't step up to the table. You don't know anything. You play a simple game of fucking checkers like this little potato here. Moving a couple little simple moves. This is a 5D chess game, so you don't know anything to talk about. I was already talking about this in live stream. You know anything called by proxy wars? There's you know, a lot more than just Iran. You're an idiot. So don't speak up about anything. You don't know anything about war. I guarantee you don't know your ass. You wouldn't make it a second on the battlefield. So we're using drone operators now. So I want to hear it. They could send Russia, these dumb fucking Americans think that Russia's all the way around the world. When Russia, I was stationed in Alaska in the military, was doing Arctic training, military training up there, mountaineering training, cold weather training out on the Bolio Range, out in Delta. Okay. Fort Greely. Okay. If you look, Russia's right here. They're our neighbors. Idiot Americans. So we shouldn't be getting involved with this country. They're the most sanctioned nation on this freaking rock, and they've had plenty of time to get ready for this. So we don't have allies, very few allies. We have just fucked everybody up for 50 plus years. So what's going on there, Israel? I haven't seen you forever in a country minute. Same old in my life. You know what I'm saying? Father always beats the snot out of me, but I'm still here. Rocking it. Got the ministry paid off. Israel's an old follower from one of my first moderators over there on TikTok, where they banned me over there, but we still got, there's still content up there. So I'm still doing my thing here, man. Trying to purchase some property down in Ecuador. Bring the ministry down there. Get it going down there. Start eating better food, eat organic, but I'm still crushing it up here. You know me. I got that $500,000 storm shelter put in, and well, maybe it'll double as a bomb shelter if they start dropping fucking bombs. You know where I'm at. Maybe Pastor had a pretty good idea about putting that storm shelter in, huh? It's a storm shelter, but hey, 28 feet under the ground might, you know. Took a lot of years to get that done, but it's done. Well, no, it's not all the way, but it's close. I should be out working on it now, but I don't care. I'll go run out into, you know, I'm a veteran. I'm going to go run out. I'm going to try to run away from bombs. I'm going to go run right towards it. Veteran can't help it. If you know a true veteran, you'll see them. You don't have to be a veteran. This happens in other countries, but when bombs fall, they will duck and take cover, but they will run towards chaos, you know. So just more bodies, man. More bodies. I'm living the dream out here, man. Remember, I don't know if you watched the channel, go watch what they did to me, man. Fucked me up, man. SWAT raided the house and all that, and oh God, whatever. It is what it is. Grenade to the face, and then they shot alive my son, and whatever. It is what it is. I'm gonna get Jimmy Crack Corn, and I don't care. Father's doing it. Father creates all things. I have no ill will towards no man. I'm okay. Connecticut, you need to hurry up and get your ass out here too. Come on, man. Now's the fucking time, dude. Seriously. You know what I'm saying? You're fine. Do your thing. I know you're. Don't rush out here. I already told you that. Come here whenever. We've already had people flip, wreck motorcycles, do all things trying to come out here. So don't come out here. All right, hold on, I gotta let these dogs back in, guys. They want right back in. So, yes, most people think they're still spinning and corkscrewing on a planet of the apes at 1,040 miles an hour on a block, or I mean a rock, or I mean a ball, through time and space. Sparse. Hold on, the dog's sneezing, guys. All right, hey, hold on here. You guys are good boys. You guys are in and out like freaking 5 minutes. You guys are like having 2 wives. You know that? A pear-shaped ball. We're on a pear-shaped ball here. Okay, so I don't know where you're at on the ball, but we've got the ball thing over here because we want to know where you're on the ball. Where are you on the ball? Are you on the ball? Come on, zoom in, you stupid phone. Hey now, what is this all about? Get off there. What is that? Oh, what is this? Done. No, hey, just want to do some green screen. Are you out on the ball? Are you up here on the top of the ball? Are you on the sideways ball? Or are you down there on the bottom ball? Whoa, what the hell just happened? Uh-oh, guys. I don't know what I just did. I'm not going to be able to get that to go off. Uh-oh. Alrighty then, I figured it out. Boy, that's all kind of new. I just uploaded this new updated thing. Excuse me? What are you doing? That was right under my arm. Would you please stop doing that? What are you doing? You're a weasel. You're a little weasel. He's a weasel. I don't think I got, I don't remember getting any, hold on a second. I'm going to put you, hey, scoot over there, you knucklehead. Scoot over. Scoot over. Oh, he's a good boy. You're gonna do it again. Stop being a weasel. Okay, here. Let me check. I don't remember getting anything with the phone number. Like I said. So I'm gonna go. Hold on. I'm gonna go look on this app, this Cash App, because I don't remember. I replied to everybody, and I thought I don't remember. I'm gonna have to look. All right, just give me give me 1 second. I'm gonna go look at my Cash App. Oh, dude, it did it again. It's when man, this screen is all messed up, guys. Yes, I have PayPal. Kurt. Okay. Got it. Okay. My whole screen is black on the bottom and on the top. What the heck happens when hold on. All messages. What is going on here? Cool. Okay. I just had to go. My apps are so I don't know what's going on with this here. The whole top of my screen is black. The whole bottom. Where did the whole screen go? It's like my screen is all shrunken down. Slip it around for a second. That doesn't do anything to it. I don't know what's going on here. Hold on. I'm going to throw some more wood on the fire. Give me 1 second here. Cannot believe I put wood in the wood stove on a freaking summer solstice. That's crazy. Crazy. Crazy for being so blue. There we go. Throw that in there. We'll be good to go. Nice. Yes, I don't know what's going on with this stream. I clicked it out and back in, and now half the screen is gone. Did I do something different to the screen? What's this all about? No, that's green screen. No. Highlight. Whoa, what is that all about? Whoa. What's going on with that, man? There's some weird stuff going on here. I don't know what it's doing. What is that doing? It's thinking. Whoa, what's that? Oh, hey. There we go. All right, hey, all right, we can have a conversation. Hey, look at here. We've completed our very successful attack on the nuclear sites in Iran, including, look at all three of them. 1. Oh, I'm so laggy. 2, 3. I might end the stream and come back in. This is nutty. Hey, I've never been able to do this. I know I can do this. This is awesome. I don't know why I'm all weird looking. Can you guys see that in the background now? Is that changing? Sorry, you guys are having to be the guinea pigs here. We're messing with the screen. Why does it have me over there? I'm all the way out of the camera. Wow. I've never been able to do this. I re-uploaded this thing because on the YouTube app, I couldn't see anything. I couldn't even see the thumbs up. But can you guys see that? Anyone? 5x5? Anyone? Bueller? Why is it not showing me though? It's being all weird. I'm all ghosty. Who's this behind me? There's someone here behind me. Who's this trying to show up behind me? Or maybe I'm supposed to put the green screen on first or something. Maybe I just don't know what I'm doing. Oh, hold on there. Okay, cool. That's kind of a trip. I don't know why it's doing all that weird fuzzy stuff behind me there. But I'm digging this. We'll have to do this more often. You guys can have some background. I'll get some background stuff to do some background. Now I can put a little theme. We'll be talking about the Revelation 12 sign. Oh, what's going on there? Okay, that one's interesting. So Donald decides to bomb the hell out of Iran, huh? Wow. Maybe we need to point it up more. What do you think, guys? Let's see. It's scared. Apologize, sir. Can I? Oh, damn. Oh, shit, hold on. I'm going to take a rip for that one. All right, cool. You guys getting to be the guinea pigs on this stream. So we'll just take a pause. I'm going to take a pause for the cause. Hold on. All right, I might be able to put some slides together doing this. You know, get some stuff going in the background. Actually have a conversation. Pretty neat. I'll have to definitely clear out some stuff on my camera here, or my phone. For show. Where is that other? I should have more pictures here. Why is it not? Screenshots. Where's that at? Let's see if that'll come up there. Oh, hey, there we go. No, good stuff, man. Look at that. Well, that's better there. I wonder if I can. Why did I get this other crap out of the way? What's all this other here? What's this? Highlight Savior. Osama bin Trump. Yeah, sorry, just. Oh well, thank you so much. Appreciate that, D. And again, we're trying to put all funds towards the property in Ecuador. So makes, you know, if Father will allow that someday, I will be able to send tithes back to the ministry via organic foods, fruits and vegetables, and maybe meats, organic lamb and chicken. So this kind of strange having something else in the background here, but we'll work with this. If it, I don't know if it's going to work or not. It looked pretty darn laggy if you ask me, but I'm always lagging. I know. I'm on the 4G. As long as you can hear me, that's all I care. So don't worry about my ugly mug. But you can see that. The Great Red Dragon Eclipse of 2017. All the work of this. Whoa. Whoa. I'm fading in and out. So this is on the usdebtclock.org. Oh, thanks, sir. Okay. It'd be 541 coming from the 541 area code. Different area codes. So, that's cool though, Nathan. I know there's very few that don't want to talk about these things. Yeah, I don't know. I'm all done with this background here. Maybe I'll use that at another time or two. That's awesome. I think I'll work with that, guys. There we go. That's better. Okay, there you get to look at my ugly mug, like I said. So thank you for the super chats. Thank you for the support of the ministry. And again, guys, I'm trying to, hopefully we can get, Kinetic out here soon, and some more people out here so that I can get down to go to Ecuador and he could be totally set up. I probably wouldn't just take right off if he was here too. He's been talking about trying to come out here, and others have. So, hey, Millie Vanilli, if I said, I will have to say this before you go. I was watching this blog. It was the cute one. It was like a 30-second blog, and there was this guy that's obviously a Generation X type generation, and I think he's sitting there with his. I mentioned this on the stream yesterday. It's kind of a lightning thing I saw. It was awesome, and he's hanging out with what I believe is his daughter and his daughter's girlfriend, or one of his daughters and his other daughters. I think it's like they're having a sleepover or something. It could be both his daughters, but they're obviously both pretty young. The little girl that he's talking to, or younger girl, is in her, teenage years. She's probably 13 or 14 years old. And he says to her, if I say this to you, blame it on the, and she looks at him like, and you can answer that if you want, but and he looks at her, he goes, blame it on the, and she really doesn't know. And then she starts naming some things that doesn't even make kind of any sense about, anything. And what she was saying, did blame it on, she was really looking really perplexed. Like she just didn't know what to blame it on. I remember she gave it like an answer. I can't remember exactly what she said, but it wasn't in a lot, a line. And then he said it to her again. So if I said to you, blame it on the, how would you finish that sentence? In lieu of what Kinetic just said. It relates to what Kinetic just said. So. Anyone want to answer that? Anyone old enough to remember that song? Or that's what he said. Blame it on the. So what would be your answer? What would you blame it on the? Blame it on the. I know Kinetic probably get it. I know. Okay, thanks. Hold on 1 second there. Okay, thanks. Okay, so look, this little girl didn't know, right? Thanks, Nathan. The little girl didn't know. And so he asked, I think this is other, blame it on the rain, man. Yep. All right. No, I won't go off on that. Tom Cruise, but Top Gun over here. But he asked his other daughter, right? And because she doesn't get it. So he kind of go over again. So he asked her, blame it on that. She's like, blame it. And so he sits her. It's about a 30-second clip. So about 15 seconds goes by or something like that. Maybe 18 seconds goes by. And then he asked, because I didn't know that there was another girl sitting in the room, and he asked her, he's like, so how would you blame it on the, hey, Greek Aussie girl, if I said to you, blame it on the, what would you say? Does anyone else think that? Blame it on the rain. Cool. All right. So, all right. That tells me you're with Aussie on there. That probably shouldn't know that. But, anyways, okay. So, some Black Sabbath over here eating bat heads, mowing over puppies. Okay. Anyways, so he looks over at this other girl, right? And he asked her, right? He says, "What would you think?" And I'm telling you, she didn't even miss a beat. She goes, alcohol. I was like, oh, no way, dude. I didn't even think of that, because that's not the song, right? So our generations are separated, guys. I mean, but we all got to be here together. These younger generations, I have some, uh, no worries. But I mean, that's funny. I just thought it was it just made me laugh, guys, because like I said, that younger, and I know that's, whatever, Jamie Foxx, right? He did the Blame It on the Alcohol song. So blame it on the alcohol, so I never would have thought of that. I just thought it was great. So made me laugh. I smile in here sometimes, that from time to time, guys. I try not to always be business and, dropping bombs on other countries. We're talking about Milli Vanilli over here and Jamie Foxx. And so, but it was a good meme or whatever it was. I don't know what you call that, a 30-second short clip. And it was, I just thought it was pretty amazing because I think they were actually pretty close in age. I mean, the younger girl sounded pretty young. And so what a silly, you're in 87. All right, cool. Yeah, some of us feel, I mean, we're all, try to remember, we're all eternal. We're not, this flesh is a country minute. It's a flash in the pan. It's not who we are. We're not this stuff. We're not this life. We're not this just this is a big test in a short period of time. You don't have that much time to fulfill what we're here to do. And so, yeah, hallelujah. Father is beautiful. He don't love everybody. He only loves his bride. And thank you for creating the bride. And thank you for creating vessels of wrath fitted for destruction from the foundation of the world to test the bride, and it's just part of this, that we're under this covenant now. And so, like I said, these younger generations, they're so, I don't like how they put A and Z and X and C3PO and R2D2 or whatever. Just space balls over here. But yeah, we're all, human beings, one race, the human race. And I care about kids, younger generations. When I took an oath to the Constitution, it was to defend the country, but it was also for that, I always wanted our children to want better place to grow up in. I know my dad taught me that. His dad taught him that. I don't know where we lost track of, where we don't want a better, they're just crushing this place right now, And I was like, yeah, not the first one we failed either. And he says, when I return, I'm gonna make a new Shem. I'll make a new Agape. No one will know my Agape. I'll make a new Agape. I'll make a new Shem. I'll make a new authority. I'll make a new name. So we screwed this one up too, didn't we? Yeah, we did. He said, let vengeance be mine, saith the Lord. We're not supposed to be going outside our borders. We can protect within our own borders, but we're not supposed to be going outside the border. So remember the writing the Constitution, no foreign entanglements. So we're far from the original writings, and we're far from that 2,600 years ago covenant that he made, yeah, that's what I'm saying. I want a better work. I want a better place. So when I see, like these, whatever, I don't care if they're Democrats or Republicans or still the mass murder in chief, they're spending their future generations money, and we're living up to now, so we can have checks now, right? Checks in the mail or whatever, Oh, record earning at Pfizer, but you'll get a $3,600 mortgage payment, and that every month, and you got a $1,200 check, right? We can assume our Father's will, inappropriate every letter. Yeah. So you do not judge them by their cover. You'll know them by their fruit. So definitely if they decorate their house with Satan and the Apollyon or myth of the sun god and say they're the Gentile or say they're the chosen one and stuff like that, you should definitely probably not vote for them twice. And then, they vote for Barry, Barry, he's a known homosexual, with his man wife and all. They're all part of this big show. There's no leaders. If there was a leaders in this country, they return it to a constitutional republic, but they should all be put in prison. And how many people are in prison without a victim? You know, the state can't be the victim. I've been a law enforcement officer, and he said, come out of my people. Again, do not judge them by their cover. You'll know them by their fruit. So vessels of wrath fitted for destruction and vessels of mercy, goats and sheep. You can't turn a goat into a sheep. It's not possible. They were already created from the foundation of the world. There weren't even sheep from the foundation of the world, was there? We weren't saved by salvation, correct? There wasn't a wedding. He divorced his bride, so there's was there a wedding? Was that the Lamb? No, Christ was the Lamb of God. So don't worry about it. Like I said, it's already chosen. Predestination is the lesson that I've taught you guys through this channel. It has a channel name change of High Desert Faith and Truth, but the former channel name was Predestined for Light. So he already knows Romans 8:29. Let's go back to Paul's writing. Thank you. Put the scripture, if you're going to put it in there, if you don't mind, so other people can. Thank you all for all of Paul's writings. Thank you, Paul, the gospel, the 13th apostle, baby. Romans 8:29, he said, I also did foreknow who I did predestine to conform to the image of Christ. So he already know. The Greek word to foreknow is to prognosko, and that's to have foreknowledge of. So he already, from the foundation of the world, he already wrote all these things. It's already written. So don't worry, you're just seeing an unwinding of the writings of what has already been written from the foundation of the world. So a Lutheran, no, I'm not a religion. Lutherans are Catholics, which are Satanists. So, no, I'm not a Protestant. No, I don't do Protestants. I don't do any vain religion. He said that the Most High does not dwell in temples made by hands, and our body is a temple, and he dwells within the Word. So I study the Word. I'm in love with the Word, not the world. He said, be not of the world. Be in it, but be not of it. Stay in the Word. So I have a mad passion. He makes it. If I even call out to their hearts to seek after me, our hearts are continuously filled with wickedness, as the Word says. I'm in love with the Word. If I didn't call out to their hearts, which is continuously filled with wickedness, not one of us would seek after him. Not one of us would. Not one of us. Not one. So you're not doing it. That ain't no religion. That's a fact, Jack. So he said, guard my commandments. He dwells in the beginning. It was spoken into existence. In the beginning was the Word. This was all written in Hebrew. Remember, he was a Hebrew Israelite. He was from Judah, right? He sprang out of Judah, the lion from the tribe. He was from the house of David. David declared him the Lamb of God that makes father of the Ram, the Most High. He said, before Abraham was, I am. So he is the fire, and he's the one who gets me up every day and saves me. Save is salvation, or sozo. That means to be picked up, carried, lifted from beginning point to an ending point, healed. And so I don't want to be here. My dad lived until he was 37. I thought at 45, I'd just take a 45 and finish it. Plus, I was already a veteran, so I didn't care after 9/11. Nobody cared about 9/11. They're still touching kids at airports, and nobody cares about that to this day. My heart goes out every day knowing that I'm the only person, it feels like, in the whole world that cares that they're touching or your little girl's slot, and they're, juggling your little boy's cherry tomatoes over there to get on an airplane. That's not right. You know what I'm saying? So, it's okay. Father wrote all things, so I'm not, I thought I was a veteran, I could change the world. You're not going to change anything. Father wrote all things. You have no free will. You have self-will, no such thing as luck. No such thing as being saved. I just said the word saved is the Greek salvation word sozo, or saved, to be carried, picked up, lifted from beginning point to an ending point. You have to endure to the end to be saved. That's what he said. You have to endure to the end to be saved. So people just make up their own version. That's the Greek word pornea. So I make sure I don't add, and I have before, making up my own kind of whatever candy coated version of it. But he's not a all loving God. He don't love everybody. Well, no, he is all loving, right? But he don't love everybody. He doesn't love everybody. Loves the word agape. So, but most people have no agape on their hearts because Father didn't call out to their hearts. Most people are vessels of wrath fitted for destruction from the foundation of the world. Father doesn't love everybody. Most people go to hell, but most people think hell's underneath their feet. Hell's not below your feet. Neither is the word planet is not even an existence word. There is no such thing as a planet. So get out of here, Planet of the Apes. He said, guard my commandments, right? If you love me, 2 John and 6, walk and follow my commandments. So make sure nobody will add to it. I know I have. I've made the mistake. That's the word Nephilim. I've been a bully, not a giant. That's the word Anunnaki, not Anakin Skywalker. They're Luke Skywalker. Or Darth Vader, or whatever you're Maul on. So like more like Mange or Jesus. Mange, the one who had bestiality rituals with, not Yoda, with lifting the thoracic jet spine, Luke. Well, that brings a whole new reason to trading lightsabers in their ice holes, doesn't it? Now I've got proof that Chewbacca had Wookiee with an Ewok. Now we got, Chewbacca had Wookiee with an Ewok. Now we got Big Feet walking around, because that's what the scripture says, right? There's a space farce, and there's space balls, gods in the sky. This is exactly why he divorced his bride Israel. And Israel now is not that place over in the desert. It's a spiritual Israel. Spiritual Israel. What are these people thinking? That's okay. Good stuff. Thanks for coming in, Nathan. What time we got here? Oh, man, we're not that late. He himself knows what's going on. Yeah, he does all things after his own counsel for his own pleasure. We don't question these things. Remember, he hated Esau, and he killed his brother Nimrod and stole his inheritance, and he loved Jacob. Remember Jacob, he was quite the stick in the flesh, wasn't he? And but he loved him, and he gave him the inheritance. And Esau, see, he faltered. Remember, he was lukewarm, if you will, wishy-washy, and he did kill his brother Esau. Nimrod, the one Trump has his house decorated with. So I don't know what's wrong with these people. They vote for a man who has their house decorated with Satan, Apollyon, Mithra, the sun god. Lupercalia, February. The one with the bow, the toxon, the veil, if you will. Lifting the veil, the thoracic jet spine. See how they do that? But use the force, Luke. Skywalker, Sky Daddy Jesus. See? Anakin Skywalker. They just love to play games with people. Tricks on their eyes, verbal and visual voodoo. Poking at them with their television. No, I'm not a sinner. I love the word. I love the word. In the beginning was the word. Remember, it's all about the harper's harp. It's all about a spiritual. It's the word Hokadesh. And it's the word thy kingdom come, endure. These are the words that get me up off the ground, bed, wherever I lay, and get up and live to fight as a soldier of God another day. Or rebuke myself for the things I've done. Not me, he does it. But he's the one who made me do it. He creates vessels of wrath fitted for destruction, creates them to create evil, do evil things, men and women, sin, and then judges them for the sin he creates and throws them in hell for that sin that he made them create. That is the God that I love so much. I love him. He knows what he's doing, man. He is the equator. He said, I will pour out a just measure when I return. I will heal. Remember, heal, carry, picked up, lifted, beginning point to an ending point, heal all the pain, right all the wrongs, just pour out a just measure. So, is it up to you to be saved? Do you cross the bridge? No, you can't be saved. You have to endure to the end. Like I said, Weston, the Greek word is sozo, S-O-Z-O. There's the word salvation, or what you know to be saved. That's the definition I've given you now 3 times. Watch. To be carried, picked up, beginning, lifting point. He's the one who gets me up. I don't want to be here. This world's an apostasy. My son and my daughter are missing. My head is, I don't even want to talk about what has gone on in my life in the last 13 months. It's just been an absolute nightmare. But every day I get up, he takes me to this ending point where I lay back down, and I get back up the next day, and he heals whatever, and the body is resilient. My body shouldn't even be here. I should have been pancaked on the ground and went to emergency room. Instead, I was hauled off to the county jail, but that's okay. Father will heal all the pain that I'm feeling, and he will right all the wrongs for whoever did whatever they did to me. He will pour out a just measure. So, no, I'm not a Lutheran, and you just don't know. Lutheran is a form of Catholicism. Sex Pistol, Cracker Jesus, let me she, they, them, booby Jesus, Weston. Don't call me no Lutheran. Lutherans are Catholics, Satanists. It's the same thing. Where do you think Lutherans come from? You don't know anything about Lutherans. I'm not a Lutheran. I rebuke every religion that walks this rock. They're all vain. They're all Satanists, and they're all Antichrist. They don't follow the word. Many are called, but oligos are chosen. Remember, fear not, oligos flock, oligos fighting the straight gate. Father didn't love everybody. He's an all-loving Father. Remember, he sent Shiloh to fulfill the covenant of the Gentile nation. Go out. Remember, he told the apostles, go out, preach to the Gentiles. Not just Jews, spiritual Jews this time. Inwardly spiritual Jews. Temple, your bodies. It's blotted out in the book of handwritings, in the book of ordinances, in the book of Colossians 2 and 14. Paul's writings, remember, once was written on stone tablets, pounded out on the law. Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, Deuteronomy. Remember the 10 Commandments on tablets. Honor thy father, that's not your dad. Honor thy mother, that's not your mom. But those were written on tablets. Now that's blotted out. Any law of flesh, all laws of flesh fulfilled. He said it when he hung on a tree that day, is fulfilled. Blotted out. Now it's written on fleshy tables of our hearts, like the altar. We told, take your son up and sacrifice him. Everything's been fulfilled. All the laws. So I'm not under some law of fate or some religion. It was the religion. It was the Catholics who hung Christ. So the Lutherans, there's my two witnesses for you right there. He said he'd always send two. Well, he said he would send two, and I can tell you it's that right one and left one that'll steal your crown. He said in Revelation 3 and 11, I come quickly, let no one take your crown. There's two kings and two crowns. Be careful. You can't serve two masters. Mammon and the Most High. Jezebel. Traditions of men. Not angels in the sky. Nothing's in the sky. There's nothing in the sky. Nothing's ever been in the sky. That's all idolism. Gods in the sky. Balls in the sky. Take your balls or your ball worship somewhere else, spinning around and on a planet. There's no once ever word written planet once in Scripture. Not even one single time. Like the word Lucifer, never once was it written. But yet people say, oh, I'm a Luciferian. You're an idiot is what you are. You're adding to the text. These people created a whole ball, and these people created a whole devil. Devil's never written in the Scripture either. What is the word devil? You're adding to the text. That's a translation of a word, but that's not the original. So you don't study the original, you don't know what you're talking about. A devil is the word daemonion or demon, and that is a distributor of fortunes or lies to others. An idolater is this is a Greek word porneia or idolatria. Do you speak any Greek? Not many women wanting to be men, but many the other way. Yeah. And why is that? Because that's the perversion. The she, they, them, booby Jesus. See why? Come on by to give it a try. Ha ha, they pushed that right down your throat, didn't they? Like Nimrod. Oh, man. Sick. It's like just the tip ritual. Will you answer this for me? Nobody's ever answered this for me because I know you're, we have one race, the human race, man and woman, okay? Bothering anything else. So you ever heard just the tip, about that virology ritual they do? Hey, here, come here, honey, let me put in just the tip. Did that ever work out for you there, D? Did a guy ever keep his word when he said he was going to put in just the tip like virology? Here, let me put in just the tip a little bit, and then you can work up an immunity and your body will fight. Has he ever had a man keep his word? Okay, I just want to make sure. Just, all right, thank you, ladies. Never. You ended up getting the whole rocket, huh? So don't listen to these men. They don't know what they're talking about, right? Virology and just the tip rituals and careful there. I don't mean to get off, but it just, the whole roles have been reversed if you look at it, I'm seriously, and don't take me wrong, ladies, but you got some of you ladies strong arming these men. Like there's not you, but ladies staying at home. You better wash those dishes, wash those kids, make that money. I ain't gonna give you some of this, you know. And she's online all day playing video games, just not dudes whacking them on COD and WO, whatever the C or World of Craft, where that is. I don't know. I only dabble a little bit, but I don't really. It's just an entertainment, for a minute, and then I'm out. I don't get addicted, like stick my head down the rabbit hole and go down in the hole. Like just the tip. Never mind. So, but anyways, Alice in Wonderland, you're on the clock, ladies. Like Donkey Kong to the break of dawn. These people are playing with you with their rituals, their rockets to the moon, and Rocky Horse like a corduroy to the Kmart. This is getting ridiculous. But we all have to be here again, man and woman. And so I think we should, again, under this covenant, nobody's teaching that either. It's just unbelievable that it is Jew and Gentile, man and woman. When Mary declared that Christ had risen, remember, women did not allow to even speak in the church. She was supposed to be subservient to man or man when it came to head a household, but that didn't mean that man could mistreat a woman any way, shape, or form. So don't you ever let a man do that to you today, these ladies, or vice versa, men. Like I said, these men they're licked, and that's their own fault. She's like, you better make that money, you better wash those clothes, you better do those dishes. And hold on a second. No, I'm not going to interrupt my game. And they got these guys running them like ponies, because the men have just stepped down. In my country where I live, the America can't. They have allowed the drafting of women. And I don't know any other men in this country that talk about it. I talk about things that nobody wants to talk about. You don't draft women into war. You don't. If women would like to fight, they don't go onto the front lines, though. I just don't want to. I've already told that, one race, the human race. I don't see color. Father didn't create none of these big feats and aliens and all this. I don't do all this Chewbacca nonsense. I worked with the first female sniper in the military. Her name was Sergeant Beanick, and she was hardcore. She was a military police, but women have a different frame in the military standard in the military, because we have a different frame. We're built completely different. When I was in law enforcement, you could not put your hands on a woman. I had to call in a backup officer. It wasn't about my safety. Those are the two stupidest words I think I've ever heard in my fucking life, and it's officer safety. Find another job, pig. You ever never heard a song called "Fuck the Firefighter"? Have you? Firefighter run in and save your daughter or your husband or your girlfriend or your wife or hell, your cat or your dog. She might even your guinea pig. They don't care. They don't think about their life. They go in and serve the community, and never once do you think a firefighter going to wait to run into a building. Nuh-uh. Not if there's a life in there. I thought that's what pigs were supposed to be. I mean, these cop suckers or whatever you want to. They're corporate thugs is what they are. But I didn't know what I was doing when I did it. But hey, at least when I did it, I couldn't put my hand down a woman's pants and search her. It's getting ridiculous. It's just this whole world has gone upside down. And let's have this subject, because we haven't done this conversation. We'll finish it with this too. The reason why I say is that I don't see color, brothers, sisters, and I know that's hard for people to believe, but I grew up in the concrete jungle, and I didn't grow up I grew up as a minority, and I don't think any one, culture or ethnicity, nationality, but not race, was meaner or gave it less, treated me nicer or less. Everybody just wanted to beat my ass or whatever. It just wasn't what it was where I grew up. So it is what it is, but it made me not see color. And then just because I grew up in I grew up around everybody. And then I joined the military. Even at 17 years old, you have everybody in the military. There's that equal, opportunity hiring, and they do that in the military where they put a certain amount of people because of their, or whatever. And so I don't, and again, if I'm sitting there in a foxhole and somebody's trying to split my wig, pop my grape, bullets zinging over my head. Do you think I care how much melanin that's in this man's skin behind me, or the shape of his eyes? You're out of your mind. Father didn't put melanin in our skin because he made us race or shape our eyes. It's because how close he put us towards the equator. And again, if you think anything other than that, I encourage you to unsubscribe to this channel immediately. Don't ever come back. You're a racist pig. So I don't see race. I don't see color. One race, the human race. There is no color. But women and men don't mix. Again, you put me in a foxhole with a woman, all I'm going to think about is her foxhole. Anybody disagree with that? Bullets flying over your head. You think a guy's going to care about war? What, he got a woman in that foxhole with him? That's all I'm thinking about is her foxhole. So, See how that works? You don't put women in combat. You just don't do it. And you don't send your women in the meat grinder. You want to see what happens? A whole Ukrainian generation of women and men, right? Gone in Ukraine with the U.S. tax dollar in 4 years. 4 years gone. Ukrainian generation. They wiped them out in war. They send their women in the meat grinder over there on the front lines. So we don't put our women in combat ever. And I just told you why there, Joe. So don't be an idiot. Don't speak out of line because you don't know what the hell you're talking about. I didn't say that women couldn't serve, but you don't put them on the front lines. You don't put them in that combat situation because all you're going to think about is their foxhole. And we just had a whole Ukrainian generation because of that unalived. No wonder why Ukrainians weren't very successful and Russia just mowed them over. And now they have to bring in drones. So go somewhere else there, Joe. You smell like somebody put the Biden in here. Is that you? You just fronting? You're the guy with the mask on or whatever. Or the guy that was tripping upstairs. Let's go, Brandon. Oh, my bad. Probably have a hard name being Joe now, huh? I wouldn't want to be called Joe. Look, I'm not saying ladies can't go serve in the military and never said that, but you don't send ladies onto the front line. Yeah, that's so funny. Thanks for bringing that up. And they were, what's, and they were women? What is this? And they were women. What is this? Okay, well, whatever you think. So you don't know. You're not a veteran. So you're probably some civilian that's been drinking tap water, and just because you came out your mother's canal, you think you're in the Matrix or something. But that's okay. Joe don't know diddly. Or Joe knows Diddy. You know Diddy? Did you go to the Diddy party there, Joe? Maybe that's at Baby Oil. You're all lathered up there in your baby oil. It's a big bed, big Hollywood party with the Yule wood stick. I got the magic stick. Oh, yeah. No, look, women can serve in the military at all branches. I don't care what, but you don't put them in a foxhole is what I'm saying. Okay, hear me out. You don't put them up on the front lines. Period. You don't like it, go somewhere else. We're going to draft our fucking women in America. So, you just don't put women in combat. Just don't do it. So fuck you if you believe that. Get the fuck out of here. They're going to draft our American women. And if you're one of those people, I rebuke you. You're fucking puke. Draft our women in America now. It don't matter whether you like it or not. They're going to do it anyways. There's my 2 witnesses to you there, Joe. Now you can leave nice or I'll ban you from this chat. I didn't say women can serve. Sergeant Beanick, she was also sniper trained, so So, but we don't put them on the front line. So that's my point. Don't put them up there on the front line with the Marines and the guys in the foxholes, and that's not going to work. So Either way, I'm going to stand up because they already voted this into law here in America, and they already repealed Quasi Comitatus. So go fuck yourself, you ignorant men in America. You didn't say anything. They're going to draft our women, and they already repealed Posse Comitatus. We already put scene. I'm a veteran, active duty veterans. What was it? The 81st or the 101st? These are veterans, military hardened combat veterans out on the streets. 700 Marines. They're not supposed to be military. We already got enough thugs on our streets called, the standing army that the founding writers of the Constitution warned us about. The state pigs, the county pigs, the deputies, the elected, and the city pigs. They're all armed to the fucking teeth, and you're public enemy number one. I know. I served as one of these tyrant pigs myself. So things were a lot different though when I served. Once again, I couldn't put my hand down a woman's pants and search her. I had to be able to tell the difference between a man and a woman. Men and women, again, are built completely different. Women have a different military standard in the military because they're built different. So not that they're any different. They just have a different frame. So let's not fool yourself. First, what's even more dangerous than a Marine? A fucking military police. First motherfucking one into battle and the last one to fucking leave. They report to the MPs. Ask a Marine. They'll tell you, yes, we do. Intelligence, Cab Scouts, snipers, they all report to the Marines, MPs. 95 Bravo, most heavily armed four-man team in all the fucking military. The military police. So, anyways, moving on. I don't sit there. This annoys the crap out of me that I live in a country and they don't even care that they already, those federal, like active duty, we're not supposed to be turned around and those weapons and pointed at the American public in a law enforcement capacity. Too fucking late. They already already done. Look at the Senate bill. Some of these things, why are these things being done? So Warp Speed could take us to war like he's doing everything he's doing right now. We get war 6 months of Gitmo. Uh-oh. That's crazy. Oh man. But no, this is not right, guys. We don't put our women in. If you want to see what will happen, look what they just did in Ukraine. They killed a whole Ukrainian generation by putting women up on the front line. So yes, they are. That's the Gee Whiz too. Those are frequency weapons. You're absolutely right. Man, see, you ladies are on top of it, man. Some of you ladies have got to survive with these men that have just allowed now. Take, for example, what if they take the guns away from Americans? Get the fuck off me, you big motherfucker. Bam! I'd hate for you to have to do that, ladies. But that's the motherfucking equator right there. That's the equator for a woman. Get off of me. I'd hate for you to ever have to shoot a fucking man, but I can put myself in your holes if I'd like. And some of you women, you guys, what did Bob say? She like eating hummus and freaking doing yoga or something, beating, whatever. Women are strong, and they nearly dislodge a freaking watermelon through a crack in the wall and leak 9 quarts of blood and still perform like a well-oiled machine. You know what I'm saying? Women are hardcore. They have a high pain tolerance, but they're not built the same. And a man can overcome a woman, and that's not right. And that's why I think, and I don't advocate for that, but that's why we should never allow our Second Amendment to ever be encroached on, or any of these things that have already been happening now. And so I'm not into allowing what we see as this slow creep towards this. They tried it during World War II, if you remember. No, there's an American behind every blade of grass with the Second Amendment item, huh? So they're going to get him. And Warp Speed the president to do it. Watch. Don't care what you think. Don't care at all what you think. Not at all what anybody thinks about what work I do in this ministry. Apologize for the cursing, but I care about man and woman. We're both equally yoked under this covenant. When Mary declared Christ had risen, women have a voice. You keep these men in check, and the women keep the men in check. The men keep the women. We're not head of household was only when it came to the teaching of the agape. For you treat a woman's body like you treat your own, or like you treat the church. It never meant go get me a beer, bitch. That's not what been subservient to a man. You never let a man treat you like that. And women don't treat men like that either. And men, don't let your women treat you like that. You let them more act like a man, and you act like a little bitch. But I wonder why. You let the posse comitatus be repealed. Militarily, you let these close down our businesses, stand on the X, wear a face diaper. Imagine what it's supposed to be like. And I'm not talking because there's a canceling of masculinity, if you will, because of all they've done, what they've done over the last 15, 20, 30, 40 years. Let me show you how this happened too. We're going to have this discussion because we've got a couple of you in here that know you're mature enough to have this conversation. Why is it if I call for an ambulance because I've been puking, I have to also speak to a cop by force? Beautiful. Public enemy number one. That's amazing, D. They don't care. See what I'm saying? Think about what I said. You never heard of a song called Fuck the Firefighter, right? The firefighter does his job without her, he and her. There are male and female firefighters. They run into a burning building and they do their job, and they're selfless. And if they give their life, that's just part of the job. Cops don't think like that. And that's bullshit. Cops should serve in the same way. They're community service and public servants, correct? I know I've been one. I told you that. I rebuke what I've done, but at least I can admit the mistakes that I made, and I don't make the same mistakes again, or I call out the hypocrisy that we see in today's society compared to at least, what I thought was right back then. It's totally different, So yeah, no, why would you call for service? And then, how many people have called to try to get something taken care of for like a law enforcement, and they end up getting shot or killed, or one of their kids or animals or dog, because somebody won't listen to some lawful order. You know what I'm saying? I mean, look what happened to me. I got all my windows shot out of my house, grenaded, tear gas, 5 tear gas canisters. My son shot, my daughter kidnapped. My son got grenaded too, apparently. I didn't know that, And now look what happened. Now my son and daughter are missing. So don't, careful what you stand up. These people will strong arm you, and if you stand up against them, you probably suffer for it. But that's what Christ did. He stood up against the perverted law, and he paid the price, didn't he? They killed him. So if they want to martyr me, I don't care. It is what it is. So someday I'll find my son and daughter, and I'll probably find out that they're dead, but it's better to know something than to not know anything at all at this point. But I've done everything I can do by reporting it to the police and everything, and they won't do anything. And so I just have to keep my faith in God and keep trusting that Father knows what he's doing, and that they're wherever he wants them to be. And it is what it is. I can't do anything. I'm already facing the rest of my life now, going to jail over trying to keep my son from going to jail. So that's how it goes, in my world. But my crazy world's a little bit different. Than everybody gets a different measure. So I've been given a big measure, and I have to hold up to the measure he gave me. So I wasn't a pig in law enforcement and didn't do those things to not stand up to this perverted law. So, and I took an oath to the Constitution, not to some stupid flag or some ignorant people in this country. I took an oath to the people who stand up for their rights, just like Christ did, and he paid the price dearly, didn't he? Striped him, hated him. As a matter of fact, they didn't love him. Remember, he tells us we're not here to be loved by the world either. So guess what? I'm not here to be loved by the world. The word nice means to be stupid. I'm not stupid. I'm the epitome of what you would call an American man. I don't care about your cancel culture, cancel masculinity. I'm a man. I'm all man from top to bottom. I live that life. I don't live like most of these men live in this country. Remember, I've been off grid. I ain't about me, but for 10 years, I make my own power and carry all my water, and still I'm a minimalist. I don't like to waste, and I still have a good life, even though my life is hell or whatever. It's still, I don't deserve anything. Matter of fact, I don't want anything, So, Father's already blessed me enough to I don't, what am I questioning? Where if my son and my daughter are dead, he knows where they're at. If they're suffering, they're suffering. He must want them like me to suffer. He wouldn't want me to be going through what I'm going through right now. So he could change it in the twinkling of an eye. I don't doubt my Father at all. I have faith like Daniel. Throw me in a den of lions, I ain't going to falter. So hopefully this perseverance has showed through at least these last 13 months that try to come kill me, Father will make sure that I'm still standing here today and I'm able to talk to you guys and brothers and sisters in the narrow way today, and they can't stop what Father's already wrote. And so very thankful that I have sisters and brothers that are, but very few that understand. But I feel like I have way less, honestly, brothers at this point in time, because I just don't feel like they even understand why they're here, the purpose that we're meant to be. Man has his role on this rock. A man is supposed to be something that a woman looks up to as, again, we're the man. That's the masculine side that's been canceled. Now she's filled the role. All my women independent, throw your hands up at me. Good thing I ain't got no mate, huh? You wouldn't want to deal with me. So, but that's what I'm saying. See what I'm saying? You're right. I don't know why they keep, man, that's stupid in YouTube. But I'm not saying that women can't have independence, but we are a team. Woman is made for man. We're a helpmate. We are made to be together. So, and there are people who have that, but in a bigger class of society, it's been canceled. This culture of making and chopping everybody up, and making this person, R2D2 or whatever, you know what I'm saying? It's putting letters on people, and I'm this, and I identify as this and that, and she, they, them, booby Jesus, and all this proper pronouns. And, I said, let me see they, them boobies, please. Is that proper pronouns? All right. We got a little humor in here every once in a while, guys. Thank you, brothers and sisters, for coming in. So I want to have this discussion too on how something like what I'm talking about too, this kind of a canceling of a culture too, is something that's not talked about very often. And I'm going to talk about something that involves both men and women. Okay, both men and women. You know what I mean? So, I said I was 16, and he's a 90-year-old. Yeah. Oh, darn it. Yeah, some people, my brother, he had really bad knees. I'm very blessed. I got busted up. I don't want to say anything because then I'll do it. But back and legs and arms, wrists. So I'm always breaking bones. But anyways, I'm blessed not to have bad knees. I've had a knee, injure a knee, but never really, didn't, I busted and had the my kneecap move around, but never anything like shattered it or something. But I've broken a lot of bones, back twice and all kinds of stuff, but never had surgery. Here I am today, still standing here today. But anyways, I want to talk about how we've gone on, because I really feel like there's something that we're missing here. And I think it's kind of funny how during the 45th administration or regime, nothing was ever said. Warp speed, Mr. McQuack, Mr. McScrooge, never said anything about this. He pretty much supported this LGBABC3R2D2 C3PO movement or whatever. And remember that Obama had passed the 50 states, do the whole, marriage thing across, both sides, and didn't say anything. And now he's flipping the script, which is kind of funny because they're all in on it too. They're all in on it. And but we got to remember, if you're that's what I'm saying. So you guys remember, and then he flips the script and he's like, you're not doing that in schools anymore, and you're not, and he should have done that on the first time around. So I don't think it's none of this is, he's so two-faced on everything that he does. And I have a lot of people who, because they come to this ministry like, well, I since started watching your ministry, I didn't realize that, I seen what you're saying. He does things that are, in my eyes, were good, but I was given a free pass on all the things he was doing that wasn't good. I wasn't seeing. I'm like, okay, that's fine. It's, we don't, it's like I tell people, because I was so against, the whole jab and the right of invasion of people, making them take that jab. And, at first it didn't seem like it, but they really started, and then even somebody took a booster and they're like, well, how come you're talking about people? I thought you didn't want to be around people. Or I never said that. I said, I didn't want him to take it. But, what if somebody made a mistake? They kind of campaign this really, you don't like old people, you don't put on the face diaper, the whole thing. And then maybe they did, or something for their job. But I don't do the 2 boosters, the 3 boosters, the 4 boosters, the 5 boosters. You're sold out by then, to be honest with you. If you think about probably those people right now, some of them are still wearing the mask. It's still the end of the world for them. They're still in that mindset. Imagine still being in the Vidco mindset. There's still people. You see them out there. There's good thing that most of them, you know what I'm saying? But people are like, because I was so anti-jab, and they're like, well, how come you be talking to somebody who's taking a jab or a booster? So what? We're all people, man. We're all people. We make a mistake. I fucked up before in life. We all made mistakes. We've all fallen short of the word, and none of us. So I just want you to, right, you know what I'm saying? But you remember, though, and there's people, because we remember how. You remember when you did that? Oh, my fucking God. Oh, my God. People would go around that aisle. Remember, people would go around the fucking aisle when people would sneeze. Holy shit. Ah! Never forget what the fuck they did to these people. I'm never going to forget that, guys. What they did, they scared it. Remember what Bob said? He even came out with that song before COVID ever came out. He said when the air, you could go outside and the air was so the air was so tense in the air. If you sneezed, you could break it, and that was before ever Bob came out. You know what I'm saying? Right. See, for somebody like you, for somebody who had allergies, you were made to be like you're a fucking outcast, trying to hold your fucking, and I hold in all my sneeze. I like that. I like kill my brain cell. Like, oh man, maybe on the last one I'll finally be like, but anyway, I don't think they knocked the stupid out of me. They already tried to hit me in the face with a grenade. I shouldn't even be talking right now, and here I am. But remember what they did. Push the buggy down the aisle, and you won't get the bug. So this is an invasion, guys. And again, imagine this in the same sense. Where are the fucking men in this country during the old Vidco? Where were the men at? Where are the fucking men at? So there ain't no men left in this country, in America, that I know of. Draft our women to war. Repeal posse comitatus. They don't care. And then what happens when the Second Amendment gets taken? There's just, it's not going to be pretty. You know what I'm saying? It'll never happen here. But, some of us, we saw this coming. I called COVID. You could look, I called COVID long before, because I knew vomit was passing those. I called COVID in the sense that if you look, I passed, on the information about those 923 executive orders that are just as important now, the 923 executive orders as they were. Let's put it back up here. Hey now, brown cow. Where'd it go? Oh, hold on. We're going to I'll show you what I'm talking about. This is pretty cool. Hey, man, this is awesome. Glad I can use this now. This is part of this 923 executive order ritual that they're doing. We're going to put everybody into these FEMA work camps over here. Bubble trouble. The 923 executive orders passed under the Obama administration, right? Allows them to, Executive Order 11004, relocate whole communities and put them into work camps. So this 923 ritual is all part of this image that you see here that have been working on at the ministry. The cancellation, the negation of the corporation. This is all part of what they're doing. This under this super cycle. In this age of wonders, in the golden age. Remember, we're in the age of clay, not the golden age, but this is their golden age. Remember, he said he was going to build a golden dome. Remember, he was going to build his golden dome over the American, the golden dome. It's going to look like the Swiss cheese dome over friggin' Israel. Look at that golden dome. The golden dome, baby. There we go. Well, I present you the golden dome. They're going to turn this one into Swiss cheese too, huh? All right. I'm having fun with a little app here. I didn't have this before, so we're going to have to play with the app here a little bit. Oh, hey, I'll tell you, this is the game system I was telling you that I was selling online. This is it right here. Oh, that's a crappy picture. Darn it. Let me see if I can find it better. That's the viewer. It's a Sega Game Gear. Sega Game Gear. Is that one of the pictures? Let's see what this is. It's got all the games with it too. That's a viewer to make it larger or whatever. Well, that one doesn't want to load. All right, we'll go over here. Oh, so it's got the extended battery. Here we go. Here's a better, maybe that's a better picture of it. There we go. Oh, my shit's flashing around there. But this is Sega Game Gear. And I put it on, like, somebody told me I was selling it way too cheap. And it's got all the extra little bells and whistles with it. And it's really good shape. So many people told me that some of these games are, some are worth almost $100 a piece on some of the games that I have. I guess Sonic and Mortal Kombat, and some of them, not, but some of them have a higher value than the others. So anyways, anybody know about these game systems? Anything about these Sega Game Gear? Because somebody told me that it, man, you're selling that thing way too cheap. And so I changed my price of it, upped it a little bit. A Blue Dog Liberal. Interesting. Interesting. See what else we got here. We put that on the... All right, there we go. Yeah. Oh, America makes no sense. Not even one penny. America makes no sense. Prove me wrong. America's the bad guy. Prove me wrong. America's the bad guy. Prove me wrong. Let's go back down in here. Hold on. We got to get further down into the old. See if we can get this bad boy in here. Where'd she go? It's back in there somewhere. I'm going to find it. I'm going to find it. I'm going to find you. Uh-oh. I'm running out of... Well, let's put this up for a minute. We got all the goods. Mr. Warp Speed there, huh? Red or blue? Democrat or Republican? What are you? Democrat or Republican? Where'd my flag go? Oh, we're gonna run out of... Where'd it go? I want to see a picture of the cabin out here. Oh, that's one of the cabins. What do we have? Oh, here, hold on. We got some more. We got photos. Let's see what we got in here. Got some more. I wonder what this one will show up like. Hold on, let me see if we can get this one going in the background. Get this one going in the background. Oh, hey now. Oh, that's not big enough. Oh, well, that one's too large. Oh, what are we gonna go in here? Oh, hey, look at that. That's some super first aid right there. Let me show you. Man, that is some super gauze. America the bad guy. America's the bad guy. Why would they not? Man, this freaking channel sucks. I can't believe they would hide what you just said. That's gay. Like happy or like a happy camper. Oh, look at here. Oh, it's taking forever to load. What's it doing? Oh, all right, it's not loading. Whoa. Oh, that's a tattoo picture. What is that doing? Hey, now. All right. How about the tobacco industry? I don't give no money to the big tobacco. Thanks for coming in. I don't smoke cigarettes. Smoke weed every day. No. Hey, hold on. Look at there, friggin' girl right on time. All right. Pause for the cause. All right, well, take a pause for the cause. I don't want to hear no bubbling out of you. All right. Are you on the medicinals terrible there, D? D's on the medicinals. It's my favorite flower that grows up out the dirt. Skylar. Yes, Lar. Skylar. Like a bird up in the sky. So we're just going to have us a hangout right now and just have the old clown show. We're just enjoying bombs over Baghdad. Bombs over Baghdad. Oh, wait, this isn't bombs over Baghdad. This is not bombs over Baghdad. We're in a whole different time. What's going on, man? America's the bad guy. Prove me wrong. Only inside the borders of America is America the good guy. Outside the borders, America is 1,000 military bases in 180 countries. Well, that really lags much. Hey, what's going on there? We're getting some kind of ghost action going here. Hey, what's happening there? Did you guys just see a ghost? Ghost. I ain't afraid of no ghost. All right, here we go. On a little more serious note, Pyromaniac, come on. What do you want? I want rock and roll. You betcha. Long live rock. Oh, I'm gonna get a strike for singing. It kind of looks like George Soros there. That's funny there, D. There we go. It's on now, boys. If you ever needed a chance to get ready, there it goes. That's it. That's it right there. Get ready. It's hot. So how long before bombs start falling in America? Those who say peace, it's time for peace. Those who say peace and safety, sudden destruction to come upon those who call out for peace. Peace. Shalom. Peace. 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 Peace and safety. Those who say peace and safety, sudden destruction will come upon those who call out for peace. There you go. We bombed. So no more hiding it. We're definitely in a hot war now. We're in a hot war. So what's your plan? What's your plan? Hey, Weston, thanks for staying in here. Weston, what's the most BRICS? Be seen as the most BRICS nation that there is. BRICS nation that there is, and they're not even in the BRICS. What nation has acted more like a BRICS nation than any other nation? Heck yeah, it's just like the Belt, the rebranding the Silk Road. Not a one single dollar spent on the 40% of the world's superpowers, economic powers. So what is it, Weston? I think it's Weston. Yeah, Weston. What is the most BRICS nation? Who's shown to be the biggest BRICS nation, and they're not even in the BRICS? Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa. Think about it. Because remember, it's Russia who's holding all the BRICS meetings this year. Russia's been doing, what they said, it's something like 13 of them. Nope, not Iran, but thanks for answering. It would be Japan. Japan. Look how much debt Japan has sold. Look how much of their look how much of the treasuries they yeah. Japan would be the biggest BRICS nation if we wanted to look about separating themselves from the dollar. They were the biggest. Remember, that's how they've kept their economy. Japan is an example of probably what we're going to see again here within all these, paper nations, zombie nations, papered over nations, zombie corporations like zombie banks, zombie. Okay, there we go. All right, okay. They would be the biggest BRICS nation, wouldn't they? The Japanese, because of how much Western you got that. Somebody who's paying attention there is. So they would actually be the biggest, BRICS nation would be Japan, but they're not in it. But we see how much of the debt that they've let go, and and we see what's happening. You know what I'm saying? Living. Go ahead, talk about. There we go. There you go. See, I talk about that too, D. And nobody ever wants to talk about all the shit we do overseas, and nobody ever wants to talk about it. Dude, this camera's going whack on me. Stop pointing it at me. Okay, let me try to point it up away from me. Maybe I'll stop doing that. There we go. Better. But thanks for recognizing what I'm saying there, Weston, how they're. But look at this Belt Road Initiative. This is, again, 40% of the world's, military, economic might, superpower. They're rebranding all these, the roads, trade roads. I was just looking at another blogger who was doing that. I think it was Nate from Canadian Prepper. He was talking about that rail system with that he had that came on from Nate at Canadian Prepper or Prepper News. I can't remember which channel he was doing, but he had somebody on his channel. And they were talking about this rail system, part of this old Silk Road, rebranding, revitalizing the whole Belt and Road Initiative, where they're, 40% of the world's populace is revitalizing a larger structure that's even larger than CERN at this point in time. No need for concern. And there's not $1 US being spent on it. You have all these deals between Russia and Iran. It's getting, and I want to say this too. I think we're getting, pretty thing. So I think we're getting pretty close to the whole Iran, or not Iran, to Taiwan. I mean, if China ever, look at what happens, guys, if China gets involved right now. Because you think it's over in Iran? It ain't over in Iran. You're out of your mind. They have so much shit underground. They ain't even shown us what they have yet. We've already seen that. Interesting. So, yeah, this whole, bombing of Iran is not a smart move on Trump's part. It's not. And, like I said, he's now, I've seen, quite a few blogs and was, watching since this whole thing has kind of taken off in Israel, that people aren't trusting him anymore. He's not this peace president that he said he was going to be. He said he was going to pull out of Ukraine in 48 hours. Instead, he sent another $1 billion over there. All this non-support, but yet, he that's all he's done is war now. And that's all he's going to do. He is brought in to collapse the system. Who else would have 36 felonies, or how many times? That's not how many times he filed bankruptcy, but, how many bankruptcies does he have? And he still has the yeah. So, you know, he's here for a purpose, whether you like him or not. He's here to collapse the system and bring the new system in. You don't have to like him, but he's going to do what he's going to do. And that's what people don't understand. That's why I keep telling people, stop playing this politic game with these people. They got you picking sides, and we're not supposed to be picking sides. Geopolitics isn't my strong suit. Oh no, I don't think nothing about geopolitics and going over into Israel and getting involved in, you know, in a war that we shouldn't have anything to do with. Bombing Iran when we shouldn't have anything to do with anything. We shouldn't have 1,000 military bases outside of our borders in 180 countries. So I don't think you know anything about military. I don't think you know anything about poly, meaning many, and tick meaning bloodsucker, or many bloodsuckers politics. I don't care about politics. I don't think you could hold a candle to geopolitics, let alone geo, like what, geocentric or heliocentric? You tell me, We're fucking tyrants. That's all we do. Like mafia is force people to pay for our fucking oil with the US dollar. And that's what we've done. Just destroyed nations and went and accompanied ourselves in 1,000+ military bases in all 180 countries. So let's talk about that for geopolitical. Imagine being somewhere outside of the military industrial complex, being on the other side of it, not this American military, being on the other side of these bullets. So that's exactly right. That's all we do is police the world, and we're not even supposed to be outside our borders. How do we have all these problems within our own country? Dying Americans within the streets, women and children starving, dying and we got 1,000 military bases in 180 countries. Gee, I wonder why we have all the fucking problems. We'd never have a border problem if we had all those military back here, would we? Fuck these politicians. They do this shit. They bring these people in here on planes. We all know they flew these people in here for fucking years. 80% of the people coming across the border since the 44th regime were other than Mexican. Right? There were not hardly any Mexicans coming across the border as a whole. So, cool, right on. Tell these people in this chat that not everybody in Iran chants death to America. Tell them they're a bunch of idiot Americans. I live here in this disgusting, filthy nation. Not everybody in Iran wants their fucking politicians in Iran to do what they're doing right now to Israel, let alone their home country. They just want to be wholesome people. I've had many people come in from Iran and agreed with me that they don't want this death to America bullshit. Death the fuck to America. I hate this fucking country. This country's a disgusting, filthy nation that's gone around and just raped every fucking nation for over 50 years and forced every nation to pay for oil. I'm a veteran. Speak up about what we've really done, and maybe you can have a conversation in here, or you can just on sand and get out of here. I don't care which country you come from. We fuck every country up. And I don't blame Israel or Iran for fucking trying to defend themselves, but they're not doing anything better by going outside their borders, because we're not supposed to be outside our borders. You know what I'm saying? We have plenty enough military. Why do we have all these military bases? Oh, we got to protect. We have problem within our own country. And we got all these people coming across the border. Whatever happened to Posse Comitatus? That's all been repealed. Senate bill. They're going to be using the military against the U.S. people now. And we just saw them put 700 military Marines, Semper Fi, hoorah, right, on the front lines of fucking Los Angeles. They're not supposed to be on the streets. I could look in the eyes of some of those guys, but they don't. They're legs, man. That's just part of being under the Uniform Code of Military Justice. It is what it is. You take an oath to the Constitution, you sign a contract, your government property. It is what it is. So if you've never been, done a tour for the military, then you don't know. But if you have, we're not supposed to have military on our fucking streets. Ever. Think about, tell me countries where they have military on the streets. Many countries, huh? You go right across our border and you can find military on the streets. So it's bullshit. We need to take better care of, the veterans that we've sent off to all these wars, we don't even take care of. Look at how they treated Vietnam veterans. I'm not that damn old, but that wasn't a volunteer military. That was a draft. Remember, they're going to draft our women now, and I've had that conversation earlier here in the thing. We don't draft our women to war. We just don't do that. Not put them on the front lines. You just don't do that. So, and they have military in females in all militaries, but we don't put them up there on the front lines. You just don't mix them up on the front. And I told you why already. So men aren't going to think about anything else in a foxhole other than her foxhole, I guarantee you. And that we see that happen in Ukraine. So it's going to happen in this country, though. What are we going to do when war comes to this country, huh? Anybody want to have that conversation? What are we going to do when war comes to this country? You know, there's a lot of veterans in this country. We are the war machine. That's what we do better than anything. War is profitable. Rockefellers, Rothschilds. Remember, Hitler was Time Magazine's 2 years in a row. The people loved him. It's feeling very, 1945-esque. Again, here we go, you know. My stepfather is Vietnam vet. He's been extremely well cared for by. Okay, well, that's a rare. Most people get treated like dog shit at the veterans. But anyways, the military disgusting swine. I can't believe that we've gotten away for this for so long, and we haven't just been blown off the fucking map like Israel to go around with 1,000 military bases in 180 countries and just stomp the fuck out of everybody like mafia and make them pay for oil under some political guise of oil when we didn't need not one dead soldier, not in Vietnam, which again, we lost. We didn't win Vietnam. We haven't won a war since World War II. We're not very good at war in America. We're losers. We lose a lot of wars. We haven't won a war since World War II. So we need to stay the fuck out of wars. And that's all we're doing is getting involved in more foreign entanglements. That, remember, no foreign entanglements. This is bullshit. I'm tired of this. Somebody's going to have to speak up about it. We've got suffering people on the streets of these, on our own. We have all these, private contractors, military fucking contractors. They're getting paid 3, 10, 50, 100, 3. They're contracted more than a fucking veteran is getting paid under the Uniform Code of Military Justice. These are former vets. You know what I'm saying? So this is bullshit. If we weren't out fucking with everybody, we wouldn't be having all the problems that we have. So I'm not going to hear it. We don't need a police. We need to stop fucking doing this and stop worried about everybody else's fucking business and take care of our own shit in our own country. We're filthy fucking swine of the earth. There's nothing worse than a fucking American veteran. Nothing fucking worse. Imagine being in one of these other countries for 50 fucking years being forced to pay for U.S. oil, right? With the, U.S. oil, the petrodollar, pay for oil to Saudi nations. It's our oil now. You're gonna pay for it with our dollar, whether you like it or not. We'll send our military out. That's why we have 1,000 military bases, right? In 180 countries, all of them. So this is bullshit. All these wars we've been fought were banksters' wars. I don't want to hear it. Fund all these wars. They're unnecessary. That war doesn't decide who's right, but who's left. So war is something we should have never fought. One single oil war. They have anti-gravitics, electrogravitics, free energy, perpetual motion. Fuck that. There's still machines running from the 1800s in the Tesla Museum today. Bunch of bullshit. And there's one man responsible for it. Donald John Trump. The fucking Trump regime. Him and the Bidens, they're fucking butt buddies, right? Well, behind, they got each other's backs. Hey, put the Biden in for me, right? Yeah, he did. So these buddies could get rich again at Johnson & Johnson, Moderna, Yeah, Pfizer, the number one single selling product ever in the history of mankind, and the creator of that, the number one drug dealer ever. You're worried about the freaking cartel, and you got Donald Trump at the helm with that $2.2 trillion to outpace any single selling product ever fucking sold. Well, go ahead, sleep at the wheel at your economics. Don't do the math. Make sure it don't add up to you, huh? 3 steel buildings with 2 airplanes. Who do you think you did that? But that got us to go over there, huh? General Wesley Clark will take over those 7 nations. Guess what's the last one on the list? Iran, you dumb fucks. We're here. We made it. And Trump just bombed the fuck out of that nation. Stupid. Wake the fuck up. What we've done is wrong. We are the money changers in Scripture. We have feed. He don't like. You've turned my father's house into a den of thieves, and now our body's a temple. So you feed the average Joe. Father ain't gonna like that. He said Shiloh, remember he whipped the people selling the doves because they were charging a fee. Remember, he had to offer 2 turtle doves at the altar. This is bullshit. What we've done and gotten away for this for too fucking long, and we're going to get what we got coming. I don't do this karma bullshit. I don't believe in karmatic gods. We have fucked every nation up that did not. Look at what happened to Libya. Look what happened to fucking, in Iraq, shock and awe with George Bush, all that bullshit. This is bullshit. So people could stand on a fucking X. Yeah, Building 7, CIA headquarters. Let's never forget. All right. What they did that day. Drop 3 steel buildings so they could make their transgender God building. 1 triangle, 2 triangle, 3 triangle, 4 triangles up, and 4 triangles down to make a box. Yes. 44 sign the top of it. The Freedom Tower. And there's no such thing as free will. Now you know why my work's on the U.S. debt calculator. I had to do something with that little mighty dollar, huh? So, look at what they did to those countries. Look what they did to them. Just annihilated them. They're in ruinous heap, almost just like Damascus is going to be here shortly when the armies surround Jerusalem, huh? Here we are, brothers and sisters. Here we are. This is it, man. I'm not saying it's the end of the world, but boy, if you ever had a time to respond to something to get your spiritual house in order, this would be the day. Today's the day. Today is the fucking day. And I'm not a day picker. I didn't bomb Iran. I didn't pick Iran to be the last. Again, if you go watch why it's so important to have Iran when it comes to the, how long have they been fighting over these same areas, huh, for thousands of years, huh? Again and again and again. Pretty sick, isn't it? And then a bunch of people over there genociding each other and calling themselves Israel. That's not Israel. That's not Israel. Jews and Gentiles. So when Donald Trump says God, he's not talking about, he doesn't believe in the Hamashiach, Christ, forgiveness. They're not even letting Christians get into the frickin' shelters over there right now. Nope. So don't think they're going to let you in here in America. They got to put you in a work camp, put you in bubble trouble. Yep. Yeah, there's no such thing as free will. No such thing as luck. No such thing as free will. No such thing as accepting Christ. No such thing as being saved. The Iron Dome loves it. Well, look at that Swiss cheese dome. Let's go back to our Iron Dome. Let's put back our Golden Dome for a minute. We're going to put back Trump's Golden Dome. All right, so here's going to be the Golden Dome over America. Here's our Golden Dome. This is what they're turning the Iron Dome into Swiss cheese, man. This is going to be the Golden Dome over the American. Yeah, that's what I've been hearing. Boots on the ground. There's not enough room, and they're not letting everybody in, and the Christians are not being allowed in Israel to get into the shelters. Look at that, our Golden Dome. if they can't put a fucking Iron Dome over Israel, how the hell are they going to put a Golden Dome over America? Are you that far out of your minds? That's how this is going to go down, huh? They're going to be a system over this America. The age of the Golden Dome. You see it? There's the Golden Dome, boys and girls, ladies and germs. If you follow the yellow brick road, you're the straw man. You're the merchant slave. You've been sold out under debt slavery. And because you're in the wonderful, because of the wonderful things he does. Yes, the wonderful things he does. Remember that he said this is an age. So they're going to put you in work camps. Put you into work camps. This is your straw man. Yeah, they didn't say, it wasn't John, it was Yahushua. They pronounced the letter J, Yah. Yah. Y-H. But no vowels in Hebrew. So, isn't that kind of silly when you look at all the names in Scripture? Peter, Paul, Matthew, Luke, Mark, those all sound like English names to me. All right. Isn't that right there, D? Hey, don't laugh at that. That's not funny. So, but remember when he says, hallowed be thy name, he's not talking about the letter J. You know. It was John's son. Remember, I am the second born of my son. He's the second born. He's Elijah John. I am the second born of my father John, and I am John's son, Tracy John. See how that works? You don't have no idea what you're looking at, do you? That's okay. It's the work of the ministry here for quite some time. Some others done some work on this same subject. Many are called, but few are chosen. Oh, hey. Hold on a second. I just got my car insurance statement. Darn it. Well, it's not insurance for me. It's insurance for you if I hit you. I got no insurance on myself, but hold on. You got insurance if I smash into you. Stuff. All right, we lost a couple. Oh, darn it. Lost the screen again. Oh, well. We better not stay in here too long. We've been streaming all day again, so I started streaming in the morning, and then I took some time off, but thanks for having some real conversation with you guys. Oh, that's the decode, Elsa. That's all the work that I've been doing on the ministry. That's the 3 days of darkness, the sign of Jonah, the 7 Ninevehs, or 7 Salems, the 11 Ninevehs, all the Revelation 12 sign, the 923, all the work that I've been doing on this ministry here. And they've got it on the usdebtclock.org under the secret window. So must be doing something right. I mean, I'm not the only one, but I'm the only one that has that tattoo on my body. There's less than 1% of the population even knows that the Revelation 12 sign exists, what it means, how to decipher it, and that it actually already happened on this rock. It's something Christ spoke about. First, he said, remember, there would be a sign in the stars of the second coming of Christ. First, he came in flesh. He said there would be signs in the stars. Pants, get back. Signs in the stars, or there would be signs in the sun, signs in the moon, right? And these signs, the second coming, Revelation 12 sign that I have right here, tattooed right there. There's the 923 of the Virgo. You stop being a whiny boy. There's the Virgo, constellation Virgo, with crowns of Leo upon, again, which was Shiloh. The scepter shall not depart from Judah till Shiloh returns, right? That's the first sign. Nope, the Magi saw, but this is the one that crowned him again. Venus, Mars, and Mercury made up the 12 with Leo upon the Virgin, crowning again him the king, right, as the scepter, and her a crown of 12 stars upon her head. So that's that Revelation 12 sign that they have, which involves the 923 executive orders that's going to put you in the FEMA work camps. Huh? Okay, whatever. You do you, and I'm going to keep doing what I do on this ministry. So just have to go back and look at all the hundreds of hours, thousands. I mean, put thousands of hours out on this subject and live stream these events that were happening. I am the only one that has the great red dragon eclipse tattooed on my body. You know, why do I have that on my body? Why do I have the Revelation 12 sign? Why do I have the tetrad blood moon? You know, we're coming back to the same place that we were at in 2014, like the Gemini, like a bookend, if you will, starting with the tetrad blood moons. Probably don't know much of this, and that's okay. Not too many people are celestially wise, have knowledge of this celestial gospel that's being written above us in the stars. So we have to be careful. It says the stars can be corrupted. So I know as a Magi when I see something that is right, and I know when I see something that is not correct, because of such things as eclipses that happen at the nodes. And but like I said, not everybody can understand this, and that's fine. You know what I'm saying? Everybody has a different. What do we got here? So, but if you want to subscribe to the channel and go through the content, you'll see I've covered this in great lengths. I mean, I know I've covered it up with so many other things. I should probably make some playlist or something on the channel. But I did in 2023. I did a live stream the black hole sun, the eclipse that came from the vertical eclipse, which was an eclipse, the Salem eclipse, the seven Jerusalem, starting in Oregon. And then again in 2023, I'm out here in the high desert, and I did that. I'm in the largest dark sky sanctuary, and so I live streamed that event. And then I did as well the April 8th of 2024, where everybody stood on the X-Men. They did the Rapture, Indiana, and I'm sure many people went there and were very disappointed they get raptured that day. There's no such word as rapture in Scripture. Like there's no Lucifer, there's no planet, there's no Jesus, there's no God, there's no devil. There's all these words people add to the text. So I can't fix stupid, you know, or well, not stupid. I can't fix somebody who's ignorant. I can tell them, but you know, they got to figure it out on their own. Oh man, this water is so good. I can just get hooked up to it like an IV. Especially when it's got ice cubes. So, all right. What do we got here? Yeah, let's get her done here at about 4:30. 4 hours and 30 minutes, because we already did another 8 hours, so another 12-hour day here at the ministry. Thanks for everybody for being a part again today. I do thank everybody for their time. Time is not something you can purchase. Once it's gone, TikTok right behind you. Like a drop, in the water. It's there. It's no more. It's just part of the pond, part of the puddle becomes part of the mass. So I don't know who Terry Davis is. So must be somebody on television. Holly Rockwood, some broadcast, right? That means to sow seeds. So he said the enemy came and sowed seeds while you were sleeping. Remember that, please. Important to stay awake. Doesn't mean go to bed and get rested every night and sleep. That means spiritually stay awake. So in the military, they said, stay alert, stay alive. So death to self, die daily, to flesh, spiritual death. And what an interesting time. I'm not sure how long it'll be before bombs start falling in America, huh? Is that possible? We're bombing the snot out of Iran. And this is a different time. This isn't, Desert Storm or Operation Iraqi Freedom or, Kuwait and all this, Desert Shield and Afghanistan. And this is a whole different time, and we're not messing with somebody that hasn't been sanctioned for decades now. So this whole dispute on whether they have nukes or not is silly. Why the hell is Iran not allowed to have nukes, but Israel can have all these top of the line stolen, basically our old nuke technology, but whatever. They've got them. Russia can have them. We can have. Why can't Iran have nukes? I don't want to hear this shit. This hypocrisy is so stupid. It just doesn't make any sense, but it's still going to happen. I'm not trying to change it. Just kind of making sure I speak about the hypocrisy that I see in this, while I'm on this rock. So I enjoy being able to come in here from time to time. Well, for many times, but I do take some time off every once in a while. Not too much, but I should probably take a little bit of time off. The weather's been good. We do have some bitter days coming up. I had a fire in the house today. It was in the 40s, low 40s overnight last night. I'm pretty sure almost might even dipped into the 30s. So interesting. But I kind of already know, I see what's going on. I know they talked about this solar minima and the sun and the energy of the sun and whatnot. So it's to be expected. We're in that cycle, we got maybe another year of this solar maximum, and our shields aren't going to be able to take that. I know that for sure. So I'm planning on being able to lights out, shut the gates, and hope, I have enough preparedness, and Father will protect me in that time. And I won't try to be fighting anybody. I won't, I've never been that kind of, well, I don't know about never, but come out of my people, he said. So I know now that I don't make the mistakes that I did in the past, and I don't want to be physical. I let Father fight all my battles for me. And that's a beautiful thing. I'm a pacifist. I don't need to fight anybody. Why? I got a better plan. That's why I live way out in the middle of nowhere in the country and don't have neighbors or none of that. So, yeah, we are, but we're wrapping it up. It's here. I mean, it's a hot war. It's been here. World War III is already no wars, at least in America, have ever started with anything less than a tariff or embargo or a sanction. Never with a bomb falling on anybody. So, for 45 during the 45th regime, they tariff. Remember China, and the washers went up almost $200. So, how did World War II start? All that. Oh wait, sanctions. Oh, it did, huh? Tariffs, embargoes, and then it was Pearl Harbor, and then Nagasaki and Hiroshima. So, you know what I'm saying? It's going in the same direction. Probably. There's all kinds of information that these people lead double lives. It's kind of crazy how they get to live not just one life on this rock. They get to live out. Many of these famous people. Hey, you guys seen that blogger who does the voice or the face changer things? I saw him on Facebook on the market when I was going through Marketplace, but he is definitely on my Facebook feed. He does the thing where he exposes actors or two people. You seen that guy? He's kind of a little bit of a built, physique. He's not super big or anything like The Rock, but he's works out, and you can tell he's normally physically active. And he exposes these actors, and he does the face over, and he always says, "Oh, just for theater purpose." I don't know. This is just for acting. He's saying that that Elvis is 47. I'm like, whoa. And he lines up the face, and I'm like, no way. He said, yep. And it's a pretty good man. He starts pointing out. He gets all these little marks and stuff and gets in and zooms in on these people. Forget, we have the modern day world that we live in. And I'm like, get out of here when I first saw it. But he puts them over. And then today he did a special or little thing on it. And he said, man, there's only 2 pictures of warp speed. There's only 2 pictures of warp speed, but there's a bunch of pictures of Elvis. Not a bunch of pictures of warp speed when he was young. And then he ran him through the thing, and the thing says, those are AI generated pictures, no pictures. How about that? Try that on for size. You know who I'm talking about? Anyone? Anyone see that guy on Facebook? He always says, oh, this is just for theatrical purposes. I don't know what I'm talking about. Or I do it sometime in here to try to help the algorithm. So everything I just said is theory. I don't know what I'm saying Remember, I don't know what I'm talking about. I'm just some idiot out here in the desert, right? I have no idea what I'm saying. There's no difference between an idiot and an idiot. The government loves you. So, anybody see that guy? Know who I'm talking about? He's on Facebook there. Did you see the one he did? Aussie fan? Is that like Ozzy Osbourne? Where he's talking about warp speed being, thank you very much. His face lines up. He does he's got the 2 little, and he's really good because he always does the ears, and and then he ran this thing through the pictures of warp speed, blind 11, and it says those are computer generated pictures. Those aren't real pictures. A chance of them there's a higher chance. Okay, cool. I can't remember his name too. I need to remember his name because I mention him every once in a while. And he exposes a lot of these people, and that's what I'm saying. Is they get to lead these double lives, man. They lead out these double lives. It's like John Denver was not Crocodile Dundee, but the other guy that got stung by the stingray. I know people have doppelgangers and people have lookalikes, but when they start doing these, he starts doing these little dots or little birthmarks or just just little things about their ears, and so there's no way. I'm a reconstructionist, and there's no way. I mean, this guy's on it. He's on it. He's got so many decodes, but cool. I'm glad that somebody else has seen it because I was just blown away when he did this. Yeah, I was like, dude, don't forget, and it's a dead ringer. Like, no way. How did you not know? Some of you are like, how did I not notice that? But they do that. Like Tupac, man. Freaking Tupac. Some of these people have been here all along, and some of them call them out and say it, even in their second body or double life or whatever they're doing that. But there's another one that, that just, and I think I bet you that's Kobe, man. I'm telling you, Kobe Bryant's in some other, I just know it. I feel it. I feel it. I don't think he, the Simpsons did the crash and all that stuff. So they never let me down. The writers, whatever that writer is on that program. But anyways, all right. I'm glad that somebody saw it. And I'm like, dude, this is crazy. How could that be? But they do some wicked things, man. They can get away with doing some pretty crazy stuff. And the general public just goes right along. Go along to get along. You know how that works. So cool. Oh, I don't know. So I know there's other people who've seen it, but I appreciate you. That was just like, that's the one I never expected. I mean, he does so many face decodes or whatever, but when he brought that up, I was like, dude, wow, and there is a little variance, but come on, how much older? And thank you very much. He did a lot of drugs when he was younger. Remember, during that time they were just they were loaded, boys. They were freaking loaded. But all right, let's wrap it up, guys. Appreciate it. Much Agape and Phileo. Hit that thumbs up before I go, guys. Appreciate that. 53 thumbs up. Appreciate it. That was a ton of thumbs up. That helps. If you can come back and leave a comment after the video if you want, that helps when people do that. That's a good way to tithe. Somebody get a couple bucks. Appreciate that. Every penny helps. We're trying to get a property down there. Myself, Kevin, he obviously be a part of it, but down there in Ecuador, so we can tithe you guys food. So you want to leave a monetary tithe and be a part of that, great. If not, definitely come back. You don't have to ever do a monetary tithe to be a part of the ministries. Never required. Actually, food is what. Can you send me some tacos or something? Taco. Let me show me your Taco Tuesday or something like that. Oh wait, it's not Tuesday. It's all right. Never mind. We want to tithe food out here. I'm hoping that's something that I can create through the ministry, and that's what Father has me working on. So we'll see if we can get there, and if not, I'm gonna die trying. So, all right, much love to everybody who came in and joined again. Another broadcast here at the Silver Rock Ranch out here in the largest dark sky sanctuary. I'm gonna go out and check out the stars and see what they look like tonight. I've been out there a couple times, but we'll go check them out. And hope to see you again here next time if the Lord willing. I don't know, man. We start bombing other, country like Israel, bombs Iran. That's one thing, but when we bomb them and we're directly in conflict, man, that could happen here in America. So I'm hoping that you're ready for whatever happens. I hope you have multiple plans, multiple ways to find, a way not to be fighting. Try not to fight with anybody if you can help it. It's just not the time. I think we should all be coming together, not fighting with each other. So much blessings again. Pastor Revelation, Pastor Apocalypse. Whoa.